50 years ago, nurses were trained in using back massage to help people sleep and help to relieve pain. But somewhere along my trajectory, people decided it wasn't worth it and it wasn't medicine. But what we now know is that massage boosts your immune system, improves white blood cell function, reduces inflammation. It reduces pain. It improves mobility of joints. It reduces lymphedema when done properly, which can be a side effect of cancer treatment and surgery. Yeah. And there was a really fascinating study that was done 3 years ago looking at peripheral neuropathy. Some cancers injure the nerves in the tips of the fingers and the feet. And so people get this numbness and tingling and don't quite know where their feet are and have trouble doing buttons. So we looked at massage therapy, and we showed that it didn't matter where the massage therapist massaged, neck and shoulders or hands and feet. Most people got better. 80% of people's neuropathy improved after, takes multiple treatments. But
so it's blood flow, blood flow,
reduced inflammation, and some sort of magic we don't really get.
Well, the human touch. Let's go to Gloria from Westport, who's been holding with a question. Gloria, you're on the air with Dr. Kathleen Muller. Go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Muller. I'm so glad you're on today. I'm a huge believer in acupuncture. Years ago, I had a problem with my lower back, and I went to every type of doctor.
Gloria, I think you need to turn off the radio.
Oh, still, I was very low. Thank you, sweetie. Sorry.
Because we're hearing like a delay from it.
Okay, got it?
Thank you. Yep.
You're welcome. Okay, so huge believer. No doctor was able to help me. I went for acupuncture, and I went twice a week for a while, then once a week, then once every 2 weeks, then once a month, and totally cured me. And anytime I have any problem with any pain, I go back there. So, yes, I believe in it. What I'm trying to find out is he's no longer in network. And I'd like to know a number where you can be reached, what office number, and where it is that you practice, what location.
Thank you,
Absolutely. Gloria, I love that story. I think, first of all, I am so impressed with your creativity. You had a problem, you didn't let somebody say no, and you found an answer for yourself. I think that's so critical for our own self-care. So we have 2 locations right now. We are at Danbury Hospital at 95 Locust Avenue, and we are at iPark, which is 761 Main Avenue in Norwalk. Those where our 2 acupuncture locations are, and I can give you the number to call.
And Norwalk, yes.
Give us the Norwalk number.
So, it's one number for both locations.
Okay.
So it's, 203 739 7071.
7071. Wonderful.
Right.
I look forward to seeing you. You sound fantastic. Very accomplished, and you recover a lot of things.
Thank you. That is, I'm blessed to be able to do it. The person who would be doing the acupuncture is Heather Finn. She's a licensed acupuncturist who's been in practice for more than 20 years. She is unbelievably good. We've worked together for a number of years, and I could not recommend anyone more highly.
Okay. Do you know if you're in network with Aetna?
So right now we are not able to bill insurance for acupuncture. We can offer you a receipt so that you can submit it to Aetna and get reimbursed. But we're hoping early in 2026 that we're going to be able to start billing insurance. I didn't want to wait to get my acupuncturist started. She's just been hired for a few weeks. And so I want her out there practicing, and we can help facilitate you getting reimbursed from your insurance if they cover it.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you, Gloria.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the call. We've been chatting with Dr. Kathleen Muller, who is the System Medical Director for Cancer Survivorship and Integrative Medicine. And the telephone number to call to make an appointment is 203-739-7071. And this is part of our Women's Health Matters segment sponsored by New Vance Northwell. Dr. Muller, it is such a pleasure to know you, and it really makes me feel good to know that Northwell is moving in this direction to have more access to this integrative care, because I really think it's a much cleaner, easier, better for the body way to get well. I mean, you just get well without any side effects.
We need the combination. I do.
We need the combination.
Yeah,
Totally.
we need the excellent surgeons and the wonderful oncologists and the fantastic acupuncturists and good food and movement. We need it all.
All of that. We do.
Yes.
Dr. Kathleen Muller, thank you so much for joining us today. I hope to have you back on the show. What a pleasure.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny, blustery, and cold this afternoon with a high in the mid-30s. There may be a snowy shower or two by late in the afternoon. Partly cloudy overnight, windy with low near 20. Friday, sunny and blustery with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's December 11th. On this day in 1983, Cabbage Patch dolls were featured on the cover of Newsweek, and the world went nuts.
Well, I had to take what they gave me, and they gave me a boy, and I wanted a girl. This is my second trip around.
In 1988, the number one movie at the box office was Rain Man.
1 minute to Wapner. 1 minute to Wapner. 1 minute to Wapner. 1 minute to Wapner.
What is going on out here?
That man right there is my brother. And if he doesn't get to watch People's Court in about 30 seconds, he's going to throw a fit right here in your porch.
In the year 1989, the animated sitcom The Simpsons premiered on TV and is now the longest-running American scripted prime-time television series ever. December 11th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Senate has failed to advance competing Democratic and Republican measures to address health care costs.
The motion is not agreed to.
Senators remain divided, mostly along party lines, ahead of significant price hikes for millions of Americans in the new year. At the White House moments ago, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The president is prepared to take action on health care, and he wants Republicans on the Hill to do the same.
The issue is crucial as affordability concerns grow heading into the 2026 midterms. A judge has ordered the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from ICE custody. CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez reports.
A federal judge in Maryland has decided that the detention of Abrego Garcia by ICE is unlawful and that agency has to release him immediately. Abrego Garcia is, of course, the Salvadoran man who was wrongfully deported to his home country back in March as part of a U.S. deportation effort.
The judge said after being returned from El Salvador, he was re-detained again without lawful authority. Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and a group of Democratic lawmakers are asking for an independent review of the Epstein files. Steve Kathan reports.
It's a bid to determine whether any of the records have been tampered with or concealed ahead of the release of the Epstein files by next week. In a letter to the Justice Department's Inspector General, Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee asked the internal watchdog to undertake a formal review to check if any chain of custody problems exist with the Epstein files. Representatives of some Epstein survivors tell CBS News they've also asked for a third-party review to check if any record had been, quote, scrubbed, softened, or quietly removed before the public sees it. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
There have been global concerns about the rise of fake accounts on social media. Now researchers are exposing just how cheap and easy online manipulation is. Brad Gibson reports.
Fake online accounts are flooding social media to make something look popular or worse, spread political propaganda and scams. Now there's some help to track them.
We've created an index that tracks the price of fake accounts and bots online.
John Rosenbeek helped create the just launched Cambridge Online Trust and Safety Index. COTSI.org tracks over 500 platforms in every country, revealing just how cheap online manipulation can be and why it matters.
We wanted to sort of shed light on how that works and who operates in this economy and what we may be able to do about it.
Brad Gibson for CBS News.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. The Dow up 617 points. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-44. That's 855-SHARE-44. 855-SHARE-44.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport official may sue a colleague on the city council. Councilwoman Aidi Nieves said Wednesday she may sue Councilwoman Maria Pereira after Pereira tried to get Nieves arrested after an encounter between the two of them at the government center on election night. Pereira wanted Nieves arrested, but police declined after the state attorney found insufficient evidence. Pereira says police are protecting Nieves. Nieves claims she was just giving Pereira a congratulatory hug for winning her own election, and she tells the Connecticut Post she may sue Pereira for making false allegations. A man is dead after an apparent homicide in Stamford. Police Wednesday identified the man found dead last week in a house on Oak Lawn Avenue. He's 79-year-old Carmine Bocuzzi. Investigators say he used to live in the house. The medical examiner says he died of blunt force impact injuries. His remains were found after an armed standoff with Jed Parkington. The standoff ended with Parkington's apparent suicide. The Hartford Xfinity Theater is going back to its original name. The venue has announced it will be known once again as the Meadows Music Theater. It opened with that moniker in 1995 before it became the Comcast Theater in 2006. It's been known as the Xfinity Theater since 2013. The first two shows of the season at the Meadows will be MGK and Riley Green. The Hartford market, which includes West Hartford and East Hartford, is ranked as the top area in the country for housing in 2026. The website Realtor.com based the ranking on an expected growth of just over 17%. The New Haven Milford market is ranked 10th, and the Bridgeport Norwalk Stamford area is 15th. The website said the top markets all have relative affordability, limited new construction, below average mortgage lock-in, and older, well-qualified buyers. And Mohegan Sun Arena is the best casino concert venue in the U.S., according to Newsweek's 2026 Reader's Choice Awards. The 10,000-seat arena hosts over 125 concerts and sporting events annually. Mohegan Sun was also named the second best Native American casino in the country and second best casino players club. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Overall, looking good in through lower Fairfield County right now. No problems on the 95, Stamford up to Norwalk. A little bit heavy, Sherwood Island into Southport. Parkway looks good, accident-free, relatively construction-free. We have construction delays southbound Route 8 in Ansonia. Further north, we have an overturned truck accident. Exit 26 off-ramp still blocked in Naugatuck. And New Haven County looks good, 95 in the Parkway. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
How many of us over our lives, depending upon where we've worked, whether it's our first job, whether it's a fast food joint, whether it's a I don't know, a more organized setting, whether it's an office or whatever, how many of us have in some way, shape, or form, maybe through our personal experience or not, but how many of us have eventually learned about that theory that's called, and we've all heard it, right, in the workplace, at some way, shape, or form, last hired, first fired, right? We've heard about that, right? Meaning it's pretty simple. If there have to be layoffs at a company or an office or a small manufacturer or a big manufacturer, whatever, if we have to go through layoffs, there's kind of a hierarchy there, right? Last hired, and sometimes this has to do with union contracts. Sometimes it has to do, maybe it's not necessarily a union shop, but there's, kind of, sort of an unwritten rule that, hey, if the axe has to fall, if business wasn't, as good as it was last year, this year, yeah, the younger folk, the ones that don't have a lot of years here, they would be let go first, right? So we've all heard of, right, say it again, last hired, first fired. Well, apparently there's a new report out, and I found this interesting, and I wanted to start with this today because it does, at first blush, you're reading, you say, oh, it's a bunch of wonks here. But at first blush, you may think that, but then you think about it and say, hey, is last hired, first fired really detrimental, especially to and we talk about them all the time because we love them, our teachers here in Connecticut? Interesting story today from the Connecticut Insider and Natasha Sokoloff. New report out there says Connecticut should rethink teacher layoff policies that prioritize seniority. And seniority is, well, it's kind of a big thing in the private sector. It's a really big thing in the public sector, right? When it comes to police, fire, EMT, city and town employees, city and town works, management, and especially teachers. There's a new report out, incidentally enough, from my alma mater, Boston University, their Wheelock Educational Policy Center. Now, when you have things that come out of a policy center, that's some good cooking right there. They took a look at the recently hired teacher workforce here in the state, in Connecticut, in the context of what we always hear, right, from the teachers' union people that have been on this program and have been on Melissa's show and have been on Lisa's show and have been, highlighted in the news on the download with John and Chris. The efforts to get more of a diverse teacher workforce. Get some young teachers in there, right? And they looked at, hey, wait a minute. Does this last in, first out, last hired, first fired, in general, does that hurt the teaching profession? Because you and I see this all the time, right? We see this all the time. Hey, so-and-so district has budget constraints this year. So what happens? They eliminate one coaching position or two coaching positions. They get rid of a couple of paraprofessionals. They get rid of a librarian. Oh, and by the way, we had to get rid of 4 teachers. Well, the get rid of, usually, if not always, in most districts, now, again, some districts are a little different than others, but usually in most districts, that includes somebody who may be on the young side. Maybe it's an African-American young teacher, Latino teacher. In other words, these people that they're trying to recruit with a teaching certificate to get into the teaching business. And does this whole thing about last hired, first fired, is that just not really good anymore? Now, again, there's a lot of minutia here. A lot of it has to do with the union contracts. But we'll start with that. And we'll come back. We'll get into this a little bit more. But And this isn't just limited to teaching, right? Again, private sector, public sector, we've seen this all over the place, all over the joint, as my father used to say. One of his favorite words. Hey, there's a new joint down there. No, not that kind of joint. But in general, and I know it's negotiated in contracts, and I know it's a big sticking point in governmental and municipal negotiations, but the old phrase of last hired, first fired, meaning that seniority is the big factor here, right? Is that fair? Not just in teaching, but honestly, is that fair? Now, you may say, well, yeah, how else do you do it? I don't know. Again, I'm not a lot of the stuff I bring up here on the show, Lord knows, I'm not an expert in. But should we look once again at the old theory, I should say, not saying whether it's good, bad, or otherwise, last hired, first fired. At least one major college, BU, says it may not be the best idea for Connecticut's teachers. Now, if you're a union teacher with 20-something years, you're probably going to say, the hell it isn't. I don't want to get laid off. But let's get more into that as we continue. So our question of the day, as we often start every program with that, question of the day, talk or text here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. New report out there says Connecticut school districts should reconsider any last hired, first fired policies or last in, first out. Do you agree with that or not? Let us know as we're up and underway right here on WICC.
For those who struggle in Fairfield County, winter is especially hard with a challenge to just keep warm. But you can help. The Voice of Connecticut First County Bank Warmth Drive is happening right now. Donate new or gently worn coats, gloves, hats, and scarves to any First County Bank location now through December 18th. Everything collected goes directly to Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Let's all do our part to help keep our neighbors in Fairfield County warm through the winter.
Looking for Continental winter tires? Then head to Town Fair Tire, New England's largest volume discount tire dealer. We've got Continental tires in every size for every vehicle, in stock with more arriving daily, all at the guaranteed lowest price. And when you add the most free services for life, it's easy to see how nobody beats Town Fair Tire for your new Continental winter tires. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her drive. We just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
For the best FCAC high school football coverage, tune in to the Rudin Report Sunday Morning Quarterback. 11 a.m. every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Sunday Morning Quarterback, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
Save more on heating costs this winter with this special offer from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 now.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together,
to change your life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in good shape out of Stamford, getting up into Norwalk. A little bit slow into Westport, getting from Sherwood Island through Southport. Parkway is a good ride, lower part of the county, not bad at all. Westport, Fairfield. Route 8 southbound still with the construction delays in Ansonia. Northbound looks good up to the bridge. New Haven County, 91, 95, not too bad. Eastbound 84 busy into Danbury, and eastbound at exit 16 we have construction delays. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule with cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Make your voice heard. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, good to have you with us here. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. New report out from an education policy think tank at Boston University, my alma mater. No, they don't get a flood of money from me. I think I've sent them a couple of $100 over 40 years, but that's another story. But a think tank at BU says that the last in, first out policy, or last hired, first fired policy that is present in a lot of areas of Connecticut, in particular teaching and teachers and school districts, and those districts handled by boards of education, that might not be a good idea. It's an interesting story here by Natasha Sokoloff in the CT Insider department here on Hearst. New report says Connecticut should rethink teacher layoff policies, a lot of them, that prioritize seniority. And, I've always thought about this. And look, I know there's a lot of present-day teachers out there who listen to me, or listen to the radio station, obviously. A lot of retired teachers, already a lot of teachers getting ready to retire. I hear about them all the time, hear from them all the time. If you want to chime in on this, but you don't want to actually be on the radio because you're afraid somebody might recognize you, you can text me. Same number, talk or text, at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Last in, first out, last hired, first fired. How above and beyond the whole union seniority thing here, how does that make any sense? I mean, I would think, and again, maybe some of you active teachers, retired teachers, getting ready to retire, have just retired, whatever, I would think that there have been times where you're sitting there and you're having coffee or lunch or breakfast in the faculty room at some school, and you're sitting there saying, hey, yeah, did you hear what happened last night? What? Yeah, the Board of Ed, yeah, 10 positions here. Really? Yeah, good thing they were going to do 20. They're going to hold it to 10, get rid of something in athletics, too, and some after-school stuff. Oh, that's too bad. So who they letting go? And then, you talk with your fellow teacher or assistant or paraprofessional. Well, it's X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Oh, they're letting her go? Why is that? Or letting him go? Why is that? Well, seniority. Really? He's a great young teacher. She's fantastic. And they're keeping so-and-so? Yep, seniority. Now, if you're one of the teachers that avoids the layoffs, you're going to sit there and go, do you bet your sweet ass seniority? Yeah, you know that. Bet your keister. Uh-huh. But does this report have a point here? The report found that roughly 1,500 teachers of color in Connecticut could be subjected to a last-in, first-out layoff policy. So again, the report points out here that even though we talk a good game as to getting a more diverse teaching force and getting folks maybe to go in and teach at some lower income or tougher inner city schools, maybe with teachers of the main representative population of the students, if they're subjected to the budget acts as the first one, and maybe older teachers who've been there 20 or 30 years and are very, very proud of their service so far, what good does that do? I mean, listen, you and I know, now I've never been a teacher. God bless my friends and relatives that are. And this is a big aspect that happens in the teacher contracts. Around 1,700 more teachers of color taught in Connecticut classrooms last year in 2024 than 10 years previously. So that's a good jump. But because of that, a seniority-based layoff approach may undermine the state's recent gains in educator diversity, right? Is that unfair? Now, you may say, well, wait a minute. Bouncing somebody who's been a teacher for 20 or 30 years in favor of somebody that just joined, well, Paul, maybe that's unfair. Maybe it is. I don't know. Like I said, this is one of these things I bring to the table I don't have an answer for. I don't. And I don't know what the answer is. Seniority, when you think about it, it kind of is the easiest way to do this, right? Well, you've only been here 2 years. Sorry. Everybody else has been here 7, 8, 10, 15, 20, 30. So you're gone. But what if that teacher, serious question here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What if that teacher who's only been there a couple, 3 years is really good? What if that teacher, if she and or he, she, or she, he, whatever. I know I got to be nice. What if they're really engaging the students? And yet you have some teachers, with all due respect, and I've heard from teachers who talk about some of their fellow teachers this way. You have, all right, a marginal teacher who's counting the days to retirement, 1 more year, 11 more months, and they're kind of sleepwalking. They're doing their classes, but whatever. And again, I've heard this from teachers who've told me this on and off the air over the years. So is there any other way to do this other than last in, first out, last hired, first fired? Now, it points out here in the story there is a little wiggle room in some districts here, but boy, this is an interesting story. That you're trying to get younger people, a more diverse band of people into teaching, yet a lot of them could get gonged, like we hear every year of some, education systems that have to cut back here. Start off with Paul in Bethel before news and all that. Paul, good afternoon. How are you? What's up?
Good, Paul. So the thing about the last in, first out thing is it becomes a rule, and people in general don't like confrontation.
Mm-hmm.
So if they have to fire somebody, they say, well, it's out of my hands.
Yeah.
We have to let somebody go, and you're the last one here, so you're the first one to go. And it makes life easy. So it's the easy fallback position. But as you say, you could easily lose quality people for that reason. So I think, when you see public sector jobs, union jobs, that's always been the rule. Private sector can be a little more discerning, and keep the good ones and lose the not so good ones. And of course, there's always gray area. Well, they've been here 30 years. They do a good job. Somebody's better, but they've only been here 2 years.
Yeah.
You can always do that.
Yeah, that is.
There's all that.
Yeah, Paul, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it is. The last in, first out, when you think about it, as Paul said, that is kind of the easiest way to do it, right? But again, this, and again, it's not only teaching. Even other jobs I've been involved with, union and non-union, you're told along the way, hey, if we ever have to cut jobs, we're doing it the easy way. We're washing our hands. We're going full Pontius Pilate here. Last hired, first fired.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 in the Parkway, really not too bad. Stamford up into Norwalk, northbound 95 and through Darien, a couple heavier pockets. And then the real heavy stuff, Sherwood Island getting up into Southport, Fairfield. Parkway starting to build into 41, 42 in Westport. We may have an accident brewing, starting to really pick up through there. Southbound on Route 8, delays in through Ansonia. That's construction. New Haven County, 95 in the Parkway, still okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Has your home been on the market for months with nothing in the way of results? My good friend Jonathan Carbuti from Carbuti & Company Realtors knows just how stressful that can be. At Carbuti & Company, they specialize in relaunching listings that didn't sell the first time. John turns expired listings into success stories. Google the team to see their over 1,200 five-star reviews for yourself. They've been in business for nearly 40 years for a reason. Call John Carbuti at 203-980-6886 or go to CarbutiRealEstate.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day. That's cvshealth.com/investor day.
Too much on your list this season? Get 50% off your first 6 months of payroll at gusto.com/radio. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go from making payroll to making gingerbread houses, checking your books to decking the halls, spreadsheets to snow angels. Switch before the end of the year and there's no need to transfer payroll history. Now that's a reason to be merry. Choose a future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at gusto.com/radio.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Senate has failed to pass a Republican plan to address health care costs, and the Democratic measure to extend enhanced tax credits under the Affordable Care Act failed as well. CBS's Ed O'Keefe at the White House reports it's likely to become an even bigger political issue.
It's not going to be settled by the end of this calendar year, and very likely won't be settled by the election next November. But it is something that Republicans increasingly concede they need to be and probably should have been working on because of that broader concern about the cost of things.
After days of torrential rain, the Pacific Northwest could get a break soon, but the rivers are still rising. Meteorologist Jessica Birch.
We do have a little bit more showers in the forecast still along that Washington coastline, pushing into Seattle, Tacoma area, and then all the way over into the Cascades we go, pushing past the Rockies into states like Montana. We're seeing heavy amounts of snow accumulate as well.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. The Dow up more than 600 points. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
There is a wind advisory for northern Connecticut from now through 10 a.m. tomorrow. West winds at 20 to 30 miles per hour will gust to 50 at times. Forecasters warn there could be tree damage and scattered power outages. They also caution that unsecured items will be blown around. There is a case of measles in Connecticut. Dr. Fred Brown of Griffin Health said measles is making a comeback.
It's back. It's back with a vengeance. And as expected, this is a highly infectious disease. You know, we knew with the low vaccination rates that this was going to be a possibility.
The Department of Health confirmed the case Wednesday. It's the state's first in more than 4 years. Health officials say it's an unvaccinated child under the age of 10 in Fairfield County who recently traveled outside the U.S. State police say the driver of the box truck in Tuesday's fatal road rage incident on I-84 is not in custody. The person allegedly drove over the driver of a tractor-trailer who had stopped in heavy traffic and jumped on the hood of the box truck. A witness tells WTNH-TV News 8 the man then started spraying what looked like a fire extinguisher. Moments later, the box truck driver ran over the tractor-trailer driver, killing him. The incident is still under investigation, and state police are not ruling out making an arrest. Senator Richard Blumenthal says Republicans' efforts to undermine the Affordable Care Act will have deadly consequences. Senator Blumenthal talked Wednesday at a hearing of the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. He criticized GOP lawmakers for refusing to extend ACA subsidies. Blumenthal says 20 million Americans are facing an average premium increase of 114% due to the loss of the subsidies. He adds people will die if they can't afford health insurance, and it's urgent the Senate act now. A police officer is shown on body camera repeatedly punching a man outside a restaurant in West Haven. The officer, Richard Nacarado, remains on administrative leave after allegedly punching a man 18 times in the head during a July call. Nacarado was charged with second-degree assault in October. The law license of Kent Mohiney has been suspended for a year. Mohiney is the civil attorney and friend of Fotis Dulos. Police believe Mohiney tried to create an alibi for Dulos following the disappearance and ultimately ruled death of Jennifer Farber Dulos in 2019. Mohiney already pleaded guilty to lesser charges in the case. Earlier this morning, Governor Ned Lamont announced the implementation of a new policy that will make it easier for licensed nurses from other jurisdictions to practice in Connecticut. The change is being enacted in response to a nationwide nursing shortage in an effort to make Connecticut a more attractive place for licensed nurses to live and work. Connecticut is making what the governor calls, quote, significant improvements in strengthening its pension system. Governor Ned Lamont said Wednesday 2 new reports show positive signs for the system's long-term health.
And the perception of the state means we're a place that businesses want to be and people want to be and individuals want to be because they see we're getting our fiscal house in order.
One report shows over $2 billion in growth and a decrease in unfunded liabilities for a fund for state employees. Also, the fund for retired teachers reportedly increased by more than $1.5 billion. Lamont says Connecticut's fiscal health is the strongest it has been in decades. A virtual meeting was held today to learn and share feedback on ways to improve the I-95 corridor in Stamford. The Department of Transportation has been working on ways to make the stretch between exits 7 and 9 safer and less congested.
So we can hear what we need to do on I-95, what we need to do on the local roads, ways that we could maybe improve or expand public transportation options, and ultimately that range of alternatives, the multiple options, the dozens of different scenarios will ultimately get weeded out and thinned out as the process moves forward.
And a Stu Leonard's location in Lower New Haven County is sounding more and more promising. But the next storefront may not be in Orange as had been proposed. Instead, it may be Milford. Mayor Rich Smith has reportedly been in talks with Stu Leonard Jr. since the proposed plans of another location at the shuttered Christmas Tree Shops location in Orange remain stalled. It's not clear what exact locations in Milford are potential properties for a Stu's. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Just a few heavier pockets, 95 in the Parkway, getting up from Stamford up to Norwalk. Parkway slows a little bit once you pass Route 7 up to 42 in Westport, the old exit 42, I should say. Fairfield-Trumbull side, not too bad. Southbound Route 8 still have that construction slowing you down in Ansonia. Not too bad. 95 the Parkway, New Haven County. Eastbound 84, very heavy into Middlebury with construction. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Obviously, a lot of states, a lot of municipalities, Connecticut, and many of the school systems here, they have, when unfortunately you have to have layoffs or, trimming back of teachers and school staffs, money gets tight, and you hear of boards of education saying, hey, we have to cut so many coaches, so many after-school programs, and teachers. So the accepted way to do that has largely, especially here in Connecticut, always been, and it's not just unionized teachers. You see it in other settings, private and public, whatever. Last hired, first fired, right? Last in, first out. A lot of people look at that. A lot of states look at that. A lot of municipalities look at that. And they say, yeah, that's kind of the easiest way to do it. But are we being hurt by that? There's a new study out there highlighted in the Connecticut Insider section of Hearst, Natasha Sokolov's story there. And this is from, oddly enough, my alma mater, Boston University. And they put out this story that said, hey, that may be easy, but it's not necessarily the best way to handle this when we're trying to get younger folks, a more diverse teaching force into some areas of the state, some city areas, whatever, into a scenario where they can or will want to teach. Now, says here, and, everything is not set in stone, but it does say here that state law does, here in Connecticut, allow for some degree of flexibility. It does allow boards of education to consider things like inefficiency, incompetence, or ineffectiveness, and what they call moral misconduct. But for eliminating positions, the law largely defers to teacher contracts negotiated by unions, which often prioritize seniority in their outline process for layoffs. The report also notes that layoffs are because of the budget squeeze and the push for cities and towns to keep property taxes down. We're seeing more and more. Several state municipalities here in Connecticut, the big districts, including Stamford, Norwalk, and Hartford, do have seniority first preferences in the event of layoffs. The report says, now this is interesting, this is a key paragraph here. This report from BU says, originally designed to provide a clear, fair, and legally defensible framework, research indicates that last-in policies overlook teacher effectiveness and school-specific needs, with potentially negative consequences for student outcomes. So again, this is, and that's just a fancy way in the report of saying, hey, maybe the kids and the parents and the families and the school outcomes are being hurt here because we're doing it here, and it's spelled out in the contracts, last in, first out, last hired, first fired. The report also found that seniority-based layoffs could also hurt the highest need schools and historically marginalized students because of where they work. Many new teachers teach in schools with majority Black or Latino students, with a majority of students from low-income families with higher staff turnover. So what's the answer? Is there any answer? Is this what I call one of those policy vortexes? You know what a vortex is, right? It's a circular kind of wind or activity, right? You know, it's spinning so fast that the centrifugal force is keeping you from climbing out. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Couple of text messages here. Last in, first out seniority is a completely union-created fiction that all unionized employees are of equal merit and qualified and interchangeable. Any other cost or quality improving mechanism of layoff attacks union notion of all excellent and interchangeable cogs in a system. Teacher attendance, fewest sick days, always seems to be an easy and objective figure for merit for a better or worse teacher. Maybe, maybe not. I can see where that might be tough. So was there a better way to do that? You know, there may not be. Because, and again, yeah, it does. It sucks. And if some of you are teachers or retired teachers or soon-to-be retired teachers or whatever, I'm telling you, and you could, if you don't want to come on the radio, you could send me a text or two. I won't read your name. I won't say what district you're from. But you know that you've seen teachers, men and women of various grades, maybe younger teachers, through no fault of their own because it's in the district contract, right? Maybe have to get axed because of budget pressures, cuts in federal aid, cuts in state aid, and that's sad. Now, you could also say, well, Paul, when they get into the business, they know this, and I guess they do. And it's not like those young, good teachers can't find other gigs. But again, we have these systems in place that sometimes belittle the efforts that everybody is beating their chests over, saying, oh, we've got to be better. Is there a better way? What would be a better way in your mind if you could do something different than last in, first out, or last hired, first fired? Is there a way to possibly do it better and perhaps with a more fair bent?
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The holidays are a time of traditions, like making your great-grandmother's secret pudding recipe or watching that favorite movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Just a few heavier pockets, 95 in the Parkway, getting up from Stamford up to Norwalk. Parkway slows a little bit once you pass Route 7 up to 42 in Westport, the old exit 42, I should say. Fairfield-Trumbull side, not too bad. Southbound Route 8 still have that construction slowing you down in Ansonia. Not too bad, 95 the Parkway, New Haven County. Eastbound 84, very heavy into Middlebury with construction. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
New study out from an education think tank at Boston University. Yes, my alma mater. Proud alumni, BU, class of 83. Staggered up and down Commonwealth Avenue and Beacon Street many a night. But a think tank at BU is criticizing many of Connecticut's school districts, saying that, hey, you're talking a good game about wanting more teachers of color, wanting more Latino, Hispanic, Black teachers, Asian Pacific Islander, to get a more varied teacher base here. But yet, because it's a heavily unionized state, they adhere to last hired, first fired, last in, first out. And those last in, first out guys and gals are generally young teachers, maybe not rookie teachers, but younger teachers. So, is there, and I'd love to hear from you teachers out there, whether you're still teaching it again if you don't want to. You actually come on the radio, I get it. We're getting a bunch of text messages on this at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Somebody text me in here, you will never get rid of seniority protocols with a unionized job. Maybe you won't. This person continues, it's the union's way of classifying workers. Any unionized job needs to classify workers by job performance over a period of time. Now, I've heard that for years. Well, keep the good teachers and get rid of them. But why are we retaining bad teachers? Now, you tell me. I have never taught a day in my life. I've been a guest lecturer 4 or 5 times at class. I'd love to do that. It was a hoot, talking about the radio and the media businesses, but I've never been a teacher. Now, I have friends of mine who did teach and who do teach. I have relatives of mine who taught at one time. I think a couple of them are still doing it. But having said that, is it really that easy, or is it overtly difficult to figure out who is or what is a good teacher? Because I've always wondered about this paradox. Aren't there situations, for example, aren't there situations where you can have a really good teacher? I mean, some guy or gal who is a great thinker, who can motivate kids, who presents their lessons and lesson plans in interesting and fresh ways, but it just doesn't translate to student performance. And then on the flip side, don't you have teachers who maybe, okay, they're not bad, they're not great. Maybe, I don't know how you grade this. There's an average teacher maybe. And that average teacher just lucks out and gets some really smart students. Hey, did you see Bill's class? Their scores, man, they're way up there. Yeah, but how is that? It's got to be the kids. Because I don't think Bill or Mary or Joan is a great teacher. You know what I'm talking about here. But is there a way? Again, this is a think tank at BU and a good story, especially if you're a teacher. I would highly recommend you read this story. Now, there are some new approaches to layoffs. They cite the Danbury school system. Now, you folks in Danbury doing things a little differently. Says here in Danbury, while the current teacher's contract length of service is a factor, so that is one factor. We're not saying you can't have time of service here not be a factor. While the current teacher's contract has length of service as a factor in Danbury, it also includes areas of certification, evaluation, and needs for the school system. The contract for teachers in the town of Vernon also considers performance and ability, certification, and length of service. Quote, Connecticut's teachers have been clear seniority matters, but it's a disservice to students for it to be the only factor driving layoffs. That comes from Daniel Pearson. He is executive director of the teacher advocacy organization E4E Connecticut. In a statement issued about the report, educators said, quote, while an assistant that considers the full picture when budget cuts come. Makes sense, right? And you just hope that, in this push to get a better variety of teachers, to get a better, I guess you would say, swath of teachers, that they don't get discouraged. Because again, and you may have seen this in your hometown with property taxes being so high. I mean, what is the main, in many cities and towns, maybe not in every one, depending upon the age and the makeup of the population there, but what is, the main driver, if you will, for property taxes? Board of Education, Board of Ed, schools, fees, expenses to run the school system, maintenance, teachers, and teachers. Traffic and weather together coming up right here. A lot more straight ahead. It is a Thursday edition of Connecticut Today on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, a little bit heavy out of Stamford and Greenwich. Some delays into Westport, too. Sherwood Island up into Southport. Parkway's heaviest stuff from Norwalk into the first half of Westport. Fairfield, Trumbull side, okay. Still a little bit slow. Southbound Route 8, Ansonia, Derby. They may be running that construction a little bit late. New Haven County, 95 in the Parkway, okay. Exit 26, northbound on Route 8 into Naugatuck. Still have that overturned truck. At Courtesy Carpet and Design Center, now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Winter is the best time of the year to test for radon in your home. Closed doors and windows provide the most accurate reading. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test kit from Apex Radon Solutions. Don't miss out on an opportunity to ensure your family's safety. Act now and let Apex Radon Solutions help you breathe easier with peace of mind. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to schedule a free on-site test kit. Healthy air, healthy home, healthy life with apexradonsolutions.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Now, there's no surprise here that one of the teachers' unions in the state is throwing all manner of cold water on this study from BU. Connecticut has the money to spend on education, said labor union leader Leslie Blateau of AFT Connecticut. There's two Connecticut teachers unions. There's the NEA, the CEA is the Connecticut branch of the National Education Association, and AFT Connecticut. So AFT Connecticut reacts this way from Leslie Blateau, and I get it. Unions protect. Well, what is the first role of a union? Protect the union membership. I know they can say, no, we love the kids. No, a union is a union because it's a union. It's a labor union. It's not a kids union, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a steel workers union. They're not protecting the process of making steel. They're protecting the steel workers. They're the United Auto Workers. The International Association of Firefighters are protecting firefighters. Anyway, Leslie Blateau, AFT Connecticut, says, quote, let's not get caught up in best practices for laying off educators, particularly when there are abundant resources to make investments all of our community schools deserve. So, typical union head, people need to pay more because, of course, it's all about the money. That's where I will get on a union leader's back. It's always, well, no, find the money. That's it. Quote, there's no scarcity of public education dollars when Connecticut has a rainy day fund projected to reach about $6 billion by the end of the current year. See, this is why electing Ned Lamont again, in my mind, is not going to be cataclysmic. I'd like to see a Republican, but at least with Ned Lamont, you get the added enjoyment of seeing the far-left Democrats' heads explode. Instead, she says, quote, let's move our elected officials to loosen the manufactured fiscal roadblocks to the unprecedented resources they could invest right now in all of our traditional neighborhood schools. And guess what? We have been investing billions of dollars. It's not about money. It's about the involvement of, I know this is horrible to say, it's about the involvement of two parents.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Two measures to address health care costs failed to win approval in the Senate today, and that means millions of Americans are looking at higher costs in the new year when COVID-era subsidies expire. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns on Capitol Hill.
This will be used as a political football through the midterms if not addressed. But in the meantime, there are many, many Americans who are caught in the crosshairs here.
The White House said today the U.S. will keep the oil that's aboard a tanker seized off the coast of Venezuela. CBS's Weijia Jiang.
There's many other questions as well. For example, where are the crew members who were on board? Are they being held in U.S. custody, and what agency is holding them? And some are questioning the legality of this strike in the first place. We can tell you what Venezuela has said. They are very concerned, calling it illegal, and also saying that it points out what they have said from the beginning, which is that the entire motivation for this aggression against Venezuela is actually to target their oil reserves.
And the U.S. has just imposed sanctions on 3 nephews of Venezuelan President Maduro. A Maryland judge has ordered Kilmar Abrego Garcia released from ICE detention. CBS's Jake Rosen is following.
This judge said that the Justice Department had repeatedly lied or misled her court by saying repeatedly 4 different times that they were going to remove him to a country. Meanwhile, they were never actually intending to do that. They just wanted to give a reason to keep him in detention, which he is now obviously released out of, and he was being detained in an ICE detention center in Pennsylvania.
MyPillow founder and CEO Mike Lindell has announced he's running for governor of Minnesota. Michael Wallace says that.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of MyPillow.
The company is based in Minnesota. In 2016, Lindell was a vocal supporter of President Trump's presidential campaign. His claims that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump.
We got attacked by China, and they flipped this election.
Led to several legal and financial setbacks for Lindell and MyPillow. Lindell is joining a crowded field of candidates looking to unseat Democratic Governor Tim Walz, who is seeking an unprecedented 3rd consecutive term. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Washington State is under a state of emergency from a barrage of storms dumping torrential rains. Meteorologist Rob Marciano tells us there will be some relief.
We'll get a little bit of a break later on this afternoon, and then another round tonight, and then tomorrow looks like to be the time when we'll really start things wind down. But the rivers are going to continue to rise because we have a lot of time to get all that water out to sea.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks have surged. The Dow Jones Industrial setting a new record. It's currently up 686 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-44. That's 855-SHARE-44. 855-SHARE-44.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
There is a wind advisory for northern Connecticut from now through 10 a.m. tomorrow. West winds at 20 to 30 miles per hour will gust to 50 at times. Forecasters warn there could be tree damage and scattered power outages. They also caution that unsecured items will be blown around. The state police say the driver of the box truck in Tuesday's fatal road rage incident on I-84 is not in custody. The person allegedly drove over the driver of a tractor-trailer who had stopped in heavy traffic and jumped on the hood of the box truck. A witness tells WTNH-TV News 8 the man then started spraying what looked like a fire extinguisher. Moments later, the box truck driver ran over the tractor-trailer driver, killing him. The incident is still under investigation, and state police are not ruling out making an arrest. Connecticut is making what the governor calls, quote, significant improvements in strengthening its pension system. Governor Ned Lamont said Wednesday 2 new reports showed positive signs for the system's long-term health.
And the perception of the state means we're a place that businesses want to be and people want to be and individuals want to be because they see we're getting our fiscal house in order.
One report shows over $2 billion in growth and a decrease in unfunded liabilities for a fund for state employees. Also, the fund for retired teachers reportedly increased by more than $1.5 billion. Lamont says Connecticut's fiscal health is the strongest it's been in decades. The Hartford Xfinity Theater is going back to its original name. The venue has announced it will be known once again as the Meadows Music Theater. It opened with that moniker in 1995 before it became the Comcast Theater in 2006. It's been known as the Xfinity Theater since 2013. The first 2 shows of the season at the Meadows will be MGK and Riley Green. And Mohegan Sun Arena is the best casino concert venue in the U.S., according to Newsweek's 2026 Reader's Choice Awards. The 10,000-seat arena hosts over 125 concerts and sporting events annually. Mohegan Sun was also named the second-best Native American casino in the country and second-best casino players club. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway still in pretty good shape out of Stamford, getting up into Norwalk. 95 actually building a little bit into Stamford. Heaviness on Parkway northbound from Route 7 getting up to Westport. Fairfield Trumbullside just starting to build. Route 8, the construction wrapped up into Seymour, Ansonia. 95 by Sherwood Island, some heavier pockets. New Haven County, 95 in the Parkway still doing okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Are we losing too many good teachers because of the old last hired, first fired rule that takes precedence in many teaching positions, many school districts? How are you? It's hour number 2 here of Connecticut Today. We're at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That is what a new report says from a think tank, an educational think tank at Boston University, my alma mater. They're saying, hey, they looked at Connecticut policies here and they said, too many. It's actually either happening or there's too much of a potential there to lose the exact types of teachers that many people say we need in Connecticut. Younger teachers, teachers of color, minority teachers. But what else is there other than last hired, first fired? And I read you a statement from AFT Connecticut. They basically said, and the woman who issued this statement basically said, well, you can forget about getting rid of last hired, first fired, because that's in our contracts. In most contracts, not all. And again, the lazy union way of doing this is spend more money. Do they understand it's not always money? It's hardly ever money. A new report came out in Virginia. We talked about this the other day with our pal, Chris Powell, and they found out that no, educational outcomes have less to do about money than it is about having, two parents involved, especially fathers. But nobody ever wants to talk about that because then you're making judgments as to race, religion, family style, whatever. But hey, too bad. Now, again, the report does point out that there are some school systems, they point out Vernon, they point out Danbury, saying, seniority is not the only thing they look at. But last hired, first fired. And again, it's not just in teaching. I worked some summer jobs in blue-collar situations where I remember asking one of the old grizzled veterans there, said, hey, who decides who gets fired here? He goes, well, you're not a union guy, but I am, and it's last hired, first fired. All right, I guess. But maybe that is the easiest and most sane way to do this. Now, if you're a teacher and you want to vent on this, because in the past you've seen, people you work with, lousy teachers retained only because of seniority, you can. You want to talk on the air about it? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Or if you'd rather keep your voice off the radio, because then your union steward at your school is going to say, I heard you on the radio there. You can text me. I won't use your name or town or title or whatever. That's the same number, by the way, 203-333-9422. Or you can email me, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com. So you tell me, is there any other, especially in the teaching profession? Now, there may be different ways to do this, if it's a machine shop, if it's some sort of unionized business, whatever. But as far as schools and teachers are concerned, should the state, as this report says out of this think tank at BU, should the school systems in Connecticut make a serious effort to see what they can do at possibly backing away from the old last hired, first fired way of doing things?
When you want the latest news updates, the voice of Connecticut has always been there. We start every hour with breaking updates from around the nation and around the world with CBS News Radio. Then we take you around your own neighborhood for live and local Connecticut news from WICC's team of reporters. All day, every day. For over 99 years. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
What if giving back was as easy as checking your phone? Now it is. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. If you love supporting local nonprofits, head to shoppinganyway.com to download the app. Signing up is easy with some basic info. Tap the heart on a profile to follow and get alerts about all of their needs. Because you're shopping anyway, helping others has never been easier at shoppinganyway.com. Do you know a nonprofit that relies on contributions? Go to shoppinganyway.com and send us an email. Because a lot of people helping a little helps a lot.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 busy waves out of Stamford. Still a half hour to go. Norwalk up into Bridgeport, heavy at Route 7, and again up by Sherwood Island. Parkway, a pretty heavy wave from Route 7 getting up into Westport. Fairfield side, not too bad. Route 8's okay up into the bridge into Shelton. Truck accident still works further north at exit 26 in Naugatuck. New Haven County, okay, 95 in the Parkway. At the Connecticut Lottery, you can now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Share your opinion. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey, coming up later on in the show, I think I'll do this maybe next hour. I have quite the I told you so to talk about. I mentioned, you'll remember, once I mention it, you'll remember saying, oh yeah, you've been saying that. Well, sure enough, I've been saying it for months, and now all of a sudden that little newspaper called the New York Times is now saying it. So we'll get to Paulie's latest I Told You So. That'll be coming up next hour. As you and I still together here at 203-333-9422, a big educational think tank at my alma mater, Boston University, is telling Connecticut school districts and the school unions, hey, if you really are serious about walking the walk, talking the talk, and walking the talk, whatever, about getting minority and young teachers in, especially in these tough school districts, you may want to mitigate in some way or get rid of last hired, first fired. Because a lot of times those last hired, first fired teachers are the young men and women, the young African-American, Latino teachers, whatever, Asian Pacific Islander, Native American, who go and teach in some of these tough schools that the older white teachers get the hell out of the first chance they get. Now, of course, the AFT Connecticut spokesperson saying, oh, no, the answer is money. It's always money with the teachers' unions. It's always money. It's never about parenting. It's never about parental involvement. It's always about money. And no, money is not the be-all and end-all. We spend thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars every year on public school kids in Connecticut. And yet for the unions, it's never enough. Dave in Branford's here. Dave, good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, Joe. All right. Sorry.
That's all right.
Am I on?
Yeah, you
Okay.
are. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'll surprise you. I am a conservative,
Yeah.
a capitalist, and
Yeah.
a Republican.
Yeah.
And I think this is surprising. I support keeping it the way it is.
Okay.
Traditional American system.
Yeah.
And I think you haven't teased out the difference between firing for cause and layoffs. I think layoffs is not the place to get rid of the weak teachers.
Mm-hmm.
I think in private industry it is, but we're talking about government workers mostly. Police, teachers, maybe firefighters. And I ask you to think about when political and ideological considerations are important in the hiring decisions. I think you're from New Haven area.
Yes, I am.
You remember the lawsuits and the drama about who gets hired to work in the fire
Oh,
department?
yeah, Frank Ritchie. He's on the show here sometimes. Frank Ritchie, yeah.
Who gets promoted.
Yeah.
And so it's not a matter of who has the best education grades and subject mastery. We load all kinds of subjective crap about skin color and age and gender and diversity. Where do you live? What's your family background? Are you rich? Are you poor? All that goes into the hiring decisions, which is not clean. And it's subject to endless lawsuits. Money is wasted. And I don't think we need that same bunch of consideration going on the labor force on the outgoing side, the people getting laid off. I like the clean, elegant, lawsuit-free nature of going with subjective. And we conservatives, if we drink our own Kool-Aid, really, there's only 1 in 20 bad police officers, bad teachers. They're mostly good. And so the price that we pay by laying off by seniority is that 1 in 20 only has a 1 in 20 chance of being the one that gets laid off. We're stuck with them. But I think the cleanness of the lack of lawsuits for the towns, it's just a war that we don't need.
Yeah, you're right. It is, and I said this before, Dave, even if you don't like last hired, first fired, it really is the cleanest and easiest and least litigious way of doing this.
And so I vote for it on that basis. We don't need clean and efficient is what we need more of. I'm done. Thank you.
All right, Dave.
Bye.
Thanks. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah, I mean, listen, nobody is saying that last hired, first fired doesn't get the job done. And I even said that earlier, and I'm glad Dave there in Brantford kind of, magnified this whole thing and reiterated it. Not that he had to do it because it was me. I mean, the guy knows it too. But, yeah, I guess that, through no fault of the school system's own here, that last hired, first fired is kind of the industry standard, kind of, sort of. Although this report from BU did point out where you did have, you've got Danbury and Vernon who try to look at other factors on teacher layoffs. So, yeah, it's too bad that, and I guess simply by the nature of the recruiting process, a lot of the younger teachers or those with only 3 or 4 years worth of seniority who get laid off are going to be these younger teachers that the state and these school districts have now reached out to and said, listen, we want to get more black teachers, African-American teachers, Latino teachers, and whatever. Hey, look, and I'm sure they tell them in the recruiting process, I don't know how many interviews they go through, when they look over their paperwork or whatever and do these one-on-ones, they probably say, hey, until you're probably at X amount of years, could get a little dicey, maybe, you don't know. Right? Paul in Shelton is here. Hello, Paul. How are you, sir? What's up?
Hi, Paul. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I'm on the fence about first hired, first fired, because some people are really comfortable in their job and not as good at younger people.
Yeah.
But the part that makes me not want to see, if they're doing it because they want Latinos and minorities to come in, you have a prejudice right there. I'm a subcontractor in the corporate world.
Okay.
And I've watched the older people get fired because of money, not because they're not doing their job right.
Yeah.
Their pension's fully, what's the right word, vested, and their benefits are through the roof, and their salary is higher. And then they hire a young guy that knows what he's doing to fill his shoes, and that's a financial decision on the corporate part. And that's where I stand with it. It should be whoever's the best should have the job.
Yeah, and
young.
Yeah, and Paul, thank you for the call. Appreciate that. But and generally I agree with you. But and again, I've never taught officially a day in my life. Paul, I'm sure you know teachers. I know teachers too, and I understand. I do agree that it's difficult to. At least I would think so. Now, if a teaching professional, a former or current administrator wants to call me up here or text me at 333-9422 and tell me I'm wrong, believe me, I'll embrace it here. But to me, it's been impressed on me that the effectiveness of a teacher per se may be a little difficult to judge now. I'm sure in any individual school, I would think, right, that the rank and file teachers and the administrators in the school, I'm sure most of them know, hey, he's really good, she's good, he's okay, he could be better, but he's lazy, she's just riding it out till her retirement next year. I mean, everybody knows, from what I've been told. I mean, I've been told that, the faculty room hashes out all. The faculty lounge. Some schools try to sound, well, meet me in the faculty lounge. All right. But is there, and with all good intentions of this report from BU, and we'll wrap it up on this here, but the question will still be out there on the Facebook page. Is there any other way to do this? Especially with teachers, last hired, first fired. Again, this report from BU is criticizing the state, saying, hey, you talk a good game as to want to get a new wave of younger teachers, some of these minority teachers. You want to diversify the teaching ranks in the state. And yet, because of last hired, first fired, a lot of these people that you bust your tail for to get in and to get under the tent are oftentimes the first ones you have to let go of.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both on the heavy side out of Stamford. About 30 minutes to go now from Norwalk to Bridgeport on 95. Slightly more on the Parkway, about 40 minutes. 8 and 25 connector on the build, southbound into the 95 merge. Route 8 through the valley, still okay. New Haven County's not bad. 95 in the Parkway. 84 Newtown, Southbury for the most part okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Dine out for half price. It's sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Buy $50 gift cards for $25. $25 cards for $12.50. Purchase at voiceofct.com. Click sweet deals. Restaurants include AB's Falafel, Ursa Roastery, Jacob's Pickles, Zuka, Twisted Vine, Greca, The Landing, Munch Eatery, Melting Pot, Saltbrick Prime and Lockworks Tavern, Twisted Vine, Amici, Greer Southern Table, and Sugar Llamas. Save 50%. Go to voiceofct.com, click sweet deals.
The holidays are a time of traditions, like making your great-grandmother's secret pudding recipe or watching that favorite movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
It's time to protect your business with PPC Alarms commercial security systems. PPC Alarms designs and installs customized security systems, including surveillance cameras, motion detectors, fire and water detection systems, license plate recognition cameras, and fleet management systems. PPC's customizable systems provide unmatched protection tailored to your company's needs, ensuring your business is always secure. Protect your business. Go to ppcalarms.com and get a complimentary evaluation.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Senate has rejected 2 bills that would have addressed expiring COVID-era health care subsidies. They will end in 3 weeks, more than doubling premiums for many Americans. Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar.
They not only rejected this 3 years, despite 4 of them, including a very conservative Republican, voting with us today, they also rejected a 2-year. They also rejected a very clear vote on a simple 1-year extension.
A Maryland judge today ordered Kilmar Abrega Garcia released from ICE detention, saying he was unlawfully detained again after being returned from El Salvador, where he was first deported. At the White House, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The White House, the administration opposed this activism from a judge who is really acting as a judicial activist, which we've unfortunately seen in many cases across the country.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. The Dow up 642 points. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A man is dead after an apparent homicide in Stamford. Police Wednesday identified the man found dead last week in a house on Oaklawn Avenue. He's 79-year-old Carmine Bocuzzi. Investigators say he used to live in the house. The medical examiner says he died of blunt force impact injuries. His remains were found after an armed standoff with Jed Parkington. The standoff ended with Parkington's apparent suicide. A police officer is shown on body camera repeatedly punching a man outside a restaurant in West Haven. The officer, Richard Nacarado, remains on administrative leave after allegedly punching a man 18 times in the head during a July call. Nacarado was charged with second-degree assault in October. Earlier this morning, Governor Ned Lamont announced the implementation of a new policy that will make it easier for licensed nurses from other jurisdictions to practice in Connecticut. The change is being enacted in response to a nationwide nursing shortage in an effort to make Connecticut a more attractive place for licensed nurses to live and work. There is a case of measles in Connecticut. Dr. Fred Brown of Griffin Health said measles is making a comeback.
It's back. It's back with a vengeance. And as expected, this is a highly infectious disease. You know, we knew with the low vaccination rates that this was going to be a possibility.
The Department of Health confirmed the case Wednesday. It's the state's first in more than 4 years. Health officials say it's an unvaccinated child under the age of 10 in Fairfield County who recently traveled outside the U.S. A Bridgeport official may sue a colleague on the city council. Councilwoman Aidi Nieves said Wednesday she may sue Councilwoman Maria Pereira after Pereira tried to get Nieves arrested after an encounter between the two of them at the government center on election night. Pereira wanted Nieves arrested, but police declined after the state attorney found insufficient evidence. Pereira says the police are protecting Nieves. Nieves claims she was just giving Pereira a congratulatory hug for winning her own election, and she tells the Connecticut Post she may sue Pereira for making false allegations. The law license of Kent Mowini has been suspended for a year. Mowini is the civil attorney and friend of Fotis Doulos. Police believe Mowini tried to create an alibi for Doulos following the disappearance and ultimately ruled death of Jennifer Farber Doulos in 2019. Mowini already pleaded guilty to lesser charges in the case. Senator Richard Blumenthal says Republicans' efforts to undermine the Affordable Care Act will have deadly consequences. Senator Blumenthal talked Wednesday at a hearing of the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. He criticized GOP lawmakers for refusing to extend ACA subsidies. Blumenthal says 20 million Americans are facing an average premium increase of 114% due to the loss of the subsidies. He adds people will die if they can't afford health insurance, and it's urgent the Senate act now. The Hartford market, which includes West Hartford and East Hartford, is ranked as the top area in the country for housing in 2026. The website Realtor.com based the ranking on an expected growth of just over 17%. The New Haven Milford market is ranked 10th, and the Bridgeport Norwalk Stamford area is 15th. The website said the top markets all have relative affordability, limited new construction, below average mortgage lock-in, and older, well-qualified buyers. A Stu Leonard's location in lower New Haven County is sounding more and more promising, but the next storefront may not be in Orange as had been proposed. Instead, it may be Milford. Mayor Rich Smith has reportedly been in talks with Stu Leonard Jr. since the proposed plans of another location at the shuttered Christmas Tree Shop's location in Orange remain stalled. It's not clear what exact locations in Milford are potential properties for a Stu's. And a virtual meeting was held today to learn and share feedback on ways to improve the I-95 corridor in Stamford. The Department of Transportation has been working on ways to make the stretch between exits 7 and 9 safer and less congested.
So we can hear what we need to do on I-95, what we need to do on the local roads, ways that we could maybe improve or expand public transportation options, and ultimately that range of alternatives, the multiple options, the dozens of different scenarios will ultimately get weeded out and thinned out as the process moves forward.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both on the heavy side out of Stamford. About 30 minutes to go now from Norwalk to Bridgeport on 95. Slightly more on the Parkway, about 40 minutes. 8 and 25 connector on the build, southbound into the 95 merge. Route 8 through the valley, still okay. New Haven County's not bad. 95 in the Parkway. 84 Newtown, Southbury for the most part okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So again, over and over, the nation that put men, not just a man, put multiple men on the moon. And we did this 50-something years ago. We still can't figure out health care. Mind-boggling. It's mind-numbing. A Republican proposal to set up health savings accounts for people who buy their health insurance on the Affordable Care Act marketplace failed to advance on a party line vote today. What a shock. Stop with the health savings accounts. Most people don't want to deal with that. Stop making it more complicated. Well, we'll do this, and you pay this, and you get a deferral here. Open up Medicare in a different way. I'm not sure how you do that. The framework is already there. The VA system is already there. Medicare is already there. Adopt a hybrid off of that, but my God, and I'm telling you, and if it happens to the Republicans, good, because it should. I'm telling you, the Republican Party talks a great game when it comes to health care, and they get nothing accomplished. Nothing. I was getting yelled at a dozen or so years ago in Hartford. I was saying, well, okay, what's the alternative to Obamacare? Well, and everybody kept calling me, repeal and replace, repeal and replace, repeal and replace. Okay, number one, it's virtually impossible to repeal anything Congress does. You can count the number of times it's happened on one hand over the past 50 or 100 years. It just doesn't happen. But even if you went ahead and did that, what are you replacing it with? Now, you say, well, the Democrats, they just want to extend the Obamacare subsidies. Okay, what's your idea? Oh, wait a minute. It has to do with health. We're going to create now more health savings accounts. Do you know how many people don't want to deal with that? They don't want to deal with another layer of complications. And look, I'm not an expert here. I'm telling you, I have no idea. Well, I do have some ideas, but I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a health policy analyst. But what I will do is sit here and say, I've heard the Republican bitch, and I'm a registered Republican, so don't get mad at me if you're out there too. But I've heard the Republican Party on a local level and on a national level bitch and whine and moan about Obamacare and health care for a dozen years here, and they get nothing done on it. You know why? Because they don't have any ideas. Anything that'll really work. There are no ideas on holding costs down. We constantly try and go at healthcare saying, well, we'll put this money here and we'll move this money over here and that money goes over here and the money here where nobody attacks. And the Democrats don't do this either because they would get nipped at and bitten by all the lobbyists out there. The big insurance companies, the big hospital, the for-profit and not-for-profit hospitals, they don't want to do anything about what they charge people. And until you bring down the costs, it's not about moving shells here or a three-card Monte game about, well, if we give this subsidy here and then that subsidy is split up into two and part of the No. You've got to make it more affordable. It's got to be cheaper. Well, nothing is cheaper today, but well, you better figure out a way to do it. But we're going to do this ridiculous cha-cha, and then next year, what are we going to hear? Getting toward the midterms. Oh, no. Oh, look at the Democrats. They have such a big lead on health care. Well, why would they have that lead on health care? Well, I don't know. Maybe because Republicans have been whining and crying and moaning for the last dozen years and have zero ideas on this? Or at least anything that can get any cross-the-board support here? Mind-numbing. I've been hearing this all day for 2 or 3 days. Well, and you just know, I'm reading all these headlines. Well, here comes the Republican health care plan. Yeah, that'll go far. Yeah, that's going to have just mounds of support by it. Well, we'll give you this subsidy here, and then there's a tax deduction for that, and then we move that over here. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Make it stop. Please. I am begging you. And so if I hear about this for another 2 or 3 years, I may just keel over.
I am very excited. I already have a date on the calendar for K&J Tree Service to come back out to our house in November, because before the seasons change for the winter time, you want to make sure that your trees are in good shape and that your property is safe. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've been working with K&J Tree Service for the last year. And not only do they do a free tree risk assessment for anybody without any obligation, right now they're offering a flash sale. Make sure you call them at 203-248-TREE or go to kjtreeservice.com to book an appointment. That's kjtreeservice.com.
Winter's here, Connecticut. Tackle any terrain in a new Land Rover Defender from Land Rover Fairfield. Gear up with the latest skis and apparel for the slopes at CB Sportif in Westport. Rugged elegance meets peak performance with enough space for your CB Sportif gear and family in your new Land Rover Defender.
It's why Access Health CT is here to connect you to health and dental coverage, to offer you free expert help, to maximize financial assistance, to help you discover the peace of mind of having health and dental coverage. Enroll today at accesshealthct.com.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 heavy waves in through Darien, and then it's about 35 minutes to go Norwalk up into Bridgeport. That's the better of the two roadways. Lower end of the Parkway, really not too bad, but then you're looking at least 45 minutes from Route 7 up to Route 8. Route 8 up into Derby and Shelton, okay. Further north, exit 26 off-ramp still closed in Naugatuck with an accident, an overturned truck. 95 in the Parkway, New Haven County looking okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's get back to the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Look, I'm not screaming and yelling just for the sake of screaming and yelling here. But this is just mind-boggling here. That we have tried and tried and tried for years and years and years to fix healthcare when they're not doing the number one thing that has to be done. And that is to lower the cost, not the cost of the insurance per se. Not the cost of the insurance. You see, people don't, there's no capacity, I think, to understand this. People don't understand. You can move around insurance money all you freaking want with healthcare. But unless you do something to lower the actual cost, it's never going to change. It's never going to get better. We'll be talking about this 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. Unless you address the costs of why an MRI costs $2,000 or $3,000, and why do those X-rays last week cost me $1,000 for 2 X-rays? It's never going to change. I'm sorry. We have to realize that and work from that premise. All right, something else I'm confused with in Washington. The Venezuelan oil tanker. What are we doing here? Are we stealing oil? I don't know. Let's go to CBS News correspondent Linda Kenyon, who's in D.C. right now. Linda, it's Paul. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine, Paul. How are you?
I'm good. Linda, please explain. What is that? I'm trying to understand this. What is the White House saying about this Venezuelan oil tanker that we've kind of, commandeered here? What's the latest on this?
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of questions about this. One of the major ones is, what are we now, pirates?
Yeah. I'm like, all right, well, what is the White House line on this, Linda?
Well, I will tell you that the president made an unusual announcement yesterday. He was in the meeting room with some business leaders.
Yeah.
And at the very top, he said, well, you probably already know this, but we just seized a large oil tanker. It's probably one of the largest oil tankers in the world. And you'll be talking to other people about that later. And we all kind of went, wait, what?
What?
And then at the end, when we finally got to ask questions, he said to one reporter, the reporter said, where is the tanker going? And what about the oil?
Yeah.
And the president said to him, well, you're a good newsman. Just get a helicopter and go follow the tanker.
Oh, man.
So we did, only without a helicopter. And what we learned was that it's a very strange story.
Yeah.
That this tanker was, it's called the Skipper.
Yeah.
It was actually a Nigerian flagged oil tanker owned by a third company.
Yeah.
From another country. It has ties to, under previous names and ownership, to Hezbollah, to Iran, and the IRGC, which is the Islamic Republic rebel forces.
Yeah.
And that it was in violation of U.S. sanctions. So the U.S. Also says that the tanker was carrying oil from Iran and Venezuela, and that it was seized just after it left port in Venezuela, off the Venezuelan coast, and is either now or has already is about to arrive at a U.S. port. And when asked what about the oil, is the U.S. going to commandeer the oil? And the White House press secretary said that it is a sanctioned vessel. It is sanctioned oil. And there is a legal process that will be followed, and the U.S. will take possession of that oil.
All right. Well, Linda, thank you. Honestly, now I just learned something there. All right. So this seriously, now this goes back to the Middle East. It's making, Linda, maybe not complete sense, but a little more sense. And I thank you for that, okay?
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. Linda Kenyon, CBS News. Linda, thanks as always. Be good. Have a happy weekend. We appreciate it.
Thank you. You too.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. So there you go. So how about that? A little bit of an explanation there from Linda Kenyon at CBS from the White House there. So apparently they're tracing the oil that's on board the freight, and I guess the previous ownership was connected to the Middle East. Hamas is involved here. Hezbollah. Now, wouldn't it be nice if everybody else in the media gave us the information that Linda Kenyon just did? So there you go. All right, so the plot thickens here. See, and that's the whole thing, whether it's healthcare, whether it's these boats being blown up at sea, whether it's immigration, whether it's any of this, there's all a backstory. You know, and as a guy that's been in the media for, 40-something years now, whatever, loving every day of it, still love coming to work every day. But it is one of the things that just drives me nuts is whether it's done on purpose or whether it's because of time constraints or whatever, the notion that in a lot of these stories we're only given half the story or not all the details here. Now, you still may be upset or not on board with grabbing this tanker or whatever, but now you hear from what Linda said, more details are coming out here about the ownership, what flag is it under, where was it heading, was the oil on board in violation of sanctions, and again, Hamas, Hezbollah, previous management or running of that ship. So again, there was always another angle. All right, coming up after the news at the top of the hour and traffic and weather together, we have a very thankfully Chris Williams has given a rather, how should I put this? There's a little dust up, shall we say, regarding a couple of members of the Bridgeport City Council. You may have read about it or heard about it here on WICC. And there's a part of the story that I'm going to go into because you hear this story, allegations between one city council member and another city council member, and you say, well, there's kind of something odd. Like, what am I missing here in this story between these two Bridgeport City Council women? It's interesting, I will tell you. You may know where I'm going with this. If you've seen the Hearst, Connecticut media version of this, I will get into a much more, shall we say, detailed explanation of this coming up. And also next hour, a big I told you so. And you're going to say, oh, yeah, I remember when Paul mentioned that. And I'll give you a little tease here. It has to do with the not just 2026, but 2028. And the Democrats, no matter how rotten Donald Trump is doing to the polls right now, no matter what amount of baggage they say, well, you know, J.D. Vance is no shoo-in because he'll have the stench or the stink of Trump on him. They're already worried, the Dems are, according to the New York Times, about one major issue. You can imagine what that is. I'll give you my I told you so about that coming up. And, of course, if you want to continue to chime in on this new report from BU, from a think tank at BU, saying, hey, Connecticut should go a little easy on the last hired, first fired thing for teacher layoffs. 203-333, talk or text, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
We're still accident-free across Fairfield County. We have about 20 minutes on 95 Stamford to Norwalk, about a half hour Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport. Heavy around the Parkway, really heavy from Route 7 into the first half of Westport. Second half of the no exit zone busy. Fairfield Trumbull. Route 8 starting to build a little bit into the bridge. 95 some heavier company. Milford into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Would a beautiful holiday light display get you in the Christmas spirit? Then the holiday decorations at RD Cinto Corporate Park in Shelton are a must. RD Cinto welcomes you to drive through and see a world where holiday cheer meets artistic vision, including a brand new 40-foot hanging display from Florence, Italy. Drive between 1 and 2 Corporate Drive in Shelton as countless lights surround you, and gifts are suspended mid-air like magic. The display is up all month and the public is welcome. Happy holidays from RD Cinto.
Need a new roof? If you've got cracked or curled shingles, the answer is yes. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, your local roofing expert since 1972. We don't just install your roof, we fortify it with lasting protection backed by a 50-year warranty. And right now, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Homeowners have trusted Brown Roofing for over 50 years because we put our customers first. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And a reminder, if you want to get to us anytime, anywhere, of course, when we're on with the live shows, the number, talk or text. Now, this is the same number. And I tell you, I get a lot of great text messages, funny stuff, insightful stuff from people who say, hey, I don't want to call, but consider this. So it's the same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right, talk or text. Email still around as well. Paul, P-A-U-L, it's easy, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, P-A-U-L, at voiceofct.com. And a reminder, check out our Facebook page. Now, every day, some days I do 2 questions, but every day we have a question of the day at facebook.com/voiceofct. And today's question has to do with this report from BU about Connecticut's the overwhelming plan by most school districts in Connecticut that when they have to, usually because of funding cuts, and listen, boards of education, they have a tough go here. They do. Usually, though, funding cuts, they have to get rid of teachers sometimes. And the vast majority of school systems, as one of our callers said earlier, unfortunately, sometimes the clean, easy, non-litigious way to do this is last hired, first fired. Last in, first out. Prevents lawsuits, makes it clean and easy, doesn't force value decisions to be made about people, but there's a rather prominent think tank on education at BU saying, hey, Connecticut, that might be holding you back in your efforts to diversify your schools there. So we'll talk about that and more coming up. News top and bottom of the hour. Of course, top of the hour coming up from CBS. Chris Williams with the local headlines right here. Tell your friends about us. WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Steel.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Neither Democratic nor Republican health care bills could make it through the Senate today, as Christopher Cruz reports.
The vote means health care insurance premiums for more than 24 million Americans will more than double in 3 weeks. The 2026 midterm elections are already being seen as a referendum on President Trump's efforts to lower costs. Pocketbook concerns, including health care costs, are expected to be top issues for voters.
CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns with more on what's at stake.
One woman we talked to said that she was going to see nearly 100% spike, others a smaller amount, but still a lot of people had told us that as they're considering all other aspects of the economy, high grocery prices and the like, that healthcare is something that they can't really skimp on.
A Maryland judge today ordered the release of Kilmar Abreu Garcia, who has been in ICE custody after he was returned from El Salvador, where he was mistakenly deported. A grand jury has declined for a second time to re-indict New York Attorney General Letitia James. in a mortgage fraud case she calls politically motivated. Still a lot of questions about the seizure of that tanker off Venezuela. Charlie Daggett reports there is a heavy U.S. military presence in the region, so more of the same can't be ruled out.
There's a lot there, and they have a lot of overwatch because of force protection. So they'll have a closer look at what is out there and what's on the sort of most wanted list.
CBS News security contributor Sam Vinograd.
You have to view this in the context of the broader pressure campaign, with the outstanding question being, what is the ultimate goal? Is it regime change? Is it to stop narcotics flows, or all of the above?
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem told Congress today the seizure was part of counter-drug efforts. After days of heavy rains, there is a threat of dangerous flooding in parts of Washington state. CBS's Carter Evans is in Monroe.
In the Cascade Mountains, they got 14 inches or more of rain. And they know that water is headed downstream right now. And a lot of these communities already have standing water in them. So it's a matter of how much water is coming down the mountain right now. And will their flood control efforts be enough to contain it?
Stocks soared today as Jason Brooks reports.
The Dow notched a fresh all-time high as investors rotated money out of AI stocks and into financial, healthcare, industrial, and retail stocks, with big gains for Visa, 3M, Home Depot, and United Health Group. The S&P is also trading around its closing record set in October.
And at the closing bell, the Dow was up 646 points. This is CBS News.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online at steelusa.com or in-store.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro, offer ends 12/14. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport official may sue a colleague on the city council. Councilwoman Aidi Nieves said Wednesday she may sue Councilwoman Maria Pereira after Pereira tried to get Nieves arrested after an encounter between the two of them at the government center on election night. Pereira wanted Nieves arrested, but police declined after the state attorney found insufficient evidence. Pereira says the police are protecting Nieves. Nieves claims she was just giving Pereira a congratulatory hug for winning her own election, and she tells the Connecticut Post she may sue Pereira for making false allegations. Earlier this morning, Governor Ned Lamont announced the implementation of a new policy that will make it easier for licensed nurses from other jurisdictions to practice in Connecticut. The change is being enacted in response to a nationwide nursing shortage in an effort to make Connecticut a more attractive place for licensed nurses to live and work. A virtual meeting was held today to learn and share feedback on ways to improve the I-95 corridor in Stamford. The Department of Transportation has been working on ways to make the stretch between exits 7 and 9 safer and less congested.
So we can hear what we need to do on I-95, what we need to do on the local roads, ways that we could maybe improve or expand public transportation options, and ultimately that range of alternatives, the multiple options, the dozens of different scenarios will ultimately get weeded out and thinned out as the process moves forward.
A Stu Leonard's location in Lower New Haven County is sounding more and more promising, but the next storefront may not be in Orange as had been proposed. Instead, it may be Milford. Mayor Rich Smith has reportedly been in talks with Stu Leonard Jr. since the proposed plans of another location at the shuttered Christmas tree shop's location in Orange remains stalled. It's not clear what exact locations in Milford are potential properties for a Stews. And Mohegan Sun Arena is the best casino concert venue in the U.S., according to Newsweek's 2026 Reader's Choice Awards. The 10,000-seat arena hosts over 125 concerts and sporting events annually. Mohegan Sun was also named the second-best Native American casino in the country and second-best casino players club. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 with no major accidents, still with volume delays out of Stamford, and still about a half hour to 40 minutes to go Norwalk up to Bridgeport, heaviest by Sherwood Island. Parkway, lower part of the county, still not too bad. Very heavy. Route 7 up to 42. Heavier pockets on the Fairfield side. Route 8 not too bad up to the bridge into Shelton. New Haven County 95 building out of Milford into West Haven. Parkway's okay, New Haven County. If you're looking to buy or sell gold, visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, how are you? 2 hours down, 2 to go. You and I together at 203-333-9422-333-WICC. Started off talking about, when teachers get laid off here in Connecticut. We hear about it all the time. The big cities, the small towns, the tiny villages, there's always a lot of pressure on school budgets, right? Which is directly connected to property taxes and all that. And you and I know that, right? We know that. So there's this educational think tank. It's a think tank. Do they clean the think tanks? I don't even know. From the Wheelock Educational Policy Center at my alma mater, Boston University. Took a look at Connecticut's recently hired teacher workforce in the context, says here in Hearst, of the state's efforts to increase educator diversity. Now they say there's a problem, though, here. And the problem is this think tank at BU said, hey, kudos to Connecticut for trying to diversify their educational force, but sometimes it's a double-edged sword here because in a lot of cities and towns in the state, if there are cutbacks to teachers, and we read about them all the time, Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, Danbury, Waterbury, big towns, small towns, big municipalities, major cities, hey, sometimes the money is just not there. So you have to cut athletics, you have to cut arts programs, a coach or two has to be let go, or the stipend taken away from them. Maybe they have to coach at no extra recompense to them. And sometimes teachers have to be let go. But the fact is, this report says, hey, a lot of these teachers being let go could be these new teachers that you hire because you're trying to diversify the force of teachers that you have. And this is why now sometimes the last hired, first fired, or last in, first out scenario here, that might be tough for some teachers to survive on here. So, the question is here, as I posted it on Facebook, facebook.com/voice of CT, Voice of Connecticut. New report out says that Connecticut school districts should reconsider the last hired, first fired policies. Do you agree? Or is that the fairest way to do it? One of our callers before said, hey, you may not like last hired, first fired, but it's probably the most non-litigious way of doing this. Chris Williams looking over the responses we have to this. Chris, what do you have for us?
Dave thinks that we should fire the incompetent teachers and keep the good ones. Renee said, yes, there needs to be a review case by case by case, because some get too comfortable, so they no longer challenge students or pay attention to those who need more help. You can tell when a teacher lost their drive years ago or never even had it. Not everyone is cut out to be in the position, nothing personal, but it needs a special type of person to work in that field. And our own Terry Cowgill saying it'll never happen. The unions would never allow it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah, and in fact, there was a formal response from the AFT Connecticut, not the Connecticut Education Association, but AFT Connecticut, saying, no, spend more money. And again, that's kind of the blanket answer here. And again, I don't envy teachers in the least bit for this, because there are teaching may be the only profession, when you think about it, that is, as a teacher, you are judged by and large on the effectiveness of another person paying attention to or acting on what you say. But that must be hard to evaluate whether somebody is actually good at what they do, because if you're relying on another human being to be part of that equation, that's not easy.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Experience one of Connecticut's most festive holiday concerts. Greater Bridgeport Symphony presents Holiday Quintessence. Maestro Eduardo Leandro will conduct on Saturday, December 20th, 7:30 at the Klein in Bridgeport. Classical masterpieces from Vivaldi, Tchaikovsky, and Britain's Young Person's Guide to the Orchestra. Immerse yourself in a joyful sing-along with all your holiday favorites. Tickets $21 to $72. Kids under 19 are free. Celebrate the season with Greater Bridgeport Symphony. Get your tickets now at gbs.org. That's gbs.org.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both with some patchy volumes. Stamford getting up into Norwalk. Both roadways now at about 40 minutes from Route 7 getting up into Route 8 into Bridgeport. Not too bad into the valley on Route 8. South on 95 heavy. Long Wharf into West Haven. Eastbound 84 okay through Newtown, Building in through Middlebury. And a tractor-trailer accident still closes the northbound Route 8 exit 26 off-ramp in Naugatuck. Columbia Dental in Norwalk conveniently open to fit your schedule with cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sometimes a text is just easier. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
And another thing, can I just say something here before we continue and coming up after the news? I have a commentary on something that came out of the Bridgeport City Council, and Chris Williams has been giving us a sanitized version of this, but I'm the host, so I don't have to be sanitized. I'll come up with that in a little bit. Can I just say something else here? One thing that drives me up a wall, and I don't care what party does it, either side, Democrat, Republican, DR, blue, red, there comes a point where you need to stop wasting time, wasting people's time with stuff. Stop it. You need to stop wasting people's time, because if you don't stop, you overplay your hand, you get to the point of no return on this. If I have to hear about Letitia James one more time, listen, they tried to indict her on this mortgage fraud thing. It got tossed both times. Forget it. Move on. And I know Trump wants to get back at her because of what she did to him. I get it. Well, Mr. President, sir, you won. You're in the White House. For whatever reason you have been vindicated, move on. Stop with the Letitia James stuff. Yeah, I know you're upset with her. Of course it was a political persecution. Everybody knows it. Move the freak on. Direct your efforts at, I don't know, something else. Commandeer more Venezuelan oil tankers. At least that's fresh. And oh, my God. But this is just what he does. He's the boss. He's a bigger boss. So he won't be denied. But my God, what a waste of time. And again, by prosecuting her, and maybe she did do some funny stuff with this mortgage, it's not going to change anybody's mind. Well, I tell you something, the longer I do, as long as I've done shows like this, 30, I don't know, how many years have I been doing this? Since 92. So what is that? 18 and 20, 33 years now. You don't change people's minds. I shouldn't say you don't change people's minds. It's very rare that you do. Very rare that you do. Try to fix health. Try to really fix healthcare in a way that will actually lower costs. Don't give us a shell game. We're going to take that subsidy, and we're going to put this subsidy over there, and then we're going to take the money from that subsidy, and we're going to start this health account here. No, stop it. Start asking, put hospital CEOs and hospital administrators in the spotlight saying, sir, why do you charge $3,000 for those x-rays and the hospital down the street charges $800 and the imaging center charges $250 and you're in and out in 2 minutes? Why is that? That's the problem with healthcare. It's a money problem. It's a cost problem. We don't have a healthcare problem. But see, to delineate that to people would actually require thought. Can you tell I'm in a mood today? Can you tell I'm in a mood? It's what happens when my migraines act up, as they have been for a few days now. I get in my migraine mood. You can only take so much medication. Jerry in Stratford's here. Jerry, how are you?
Hey, Paul. Agree with everything you're saying. Calling about on WICC a few days ago.
Yeah.
You played a clip of Lamont talking about the new housing bill, saying that we will help families with young children get into homes, and we will help their grandparents to downsize.
Yeah.
And I'm calling about the second half of that statement.
Yeah.
And maybe you can ask Ryan Fazio or Megan Portfolio or somebody, what the hell does that mean? I mean, are you going to do what you can to coerce grandparents out of their homes?
That's probably what he meant. I'm guessing that's probably what he meant. Yeah, yeah. And then this way, Grandma and Grandpa can sell their home, Jerry, and there's your affordable housing. There you go.
Well, that's people have been doing that and moving down south. But I think it's kind of thing that he doesn't say anything by accident, and it certainly sounded coercive to me. So if somebody can, I think it's in the public interest to know what Lamont means by helping grandparents get out of their home.
I like that, Jerry. I'll have to, Jerry, thanks. I'll have to remember that. That's interesting. Yeah, number one. Listen, here's the thing about Ned Lamont. I think, and I don't mean this in a negative toward the governor in case anybody in Hartford's listening, and yes, they do listen to talk radio in Hartford. Not just us, but, stations all around the state. Because they know people can actually, unlike most of the newspapers in the state, people can actually call up and voice their opinions here. But I digress. I think, and I've said this before, I think sometimes just to keep his caucus happy, I think Ned Lamont has to sound a little left-ish. You know what I mean? I think the governor understands that he is a very rich person from a very rich part of the state, in which a part of the state was not a big fan of at least, Housing Bill 1.0. So to Jerry's point about what he was saying last week, sometimes you just say stuff. Now, having said that, if thousands of elderly folks decided, hey, I want to live with my son or daughter, and it's, they can make some modifications to the son's or daughter's homes, and they want to do that, heck, why not? So would that create some housing stock? Yeah, I know. But again, he is saying that to a part of his party that wants to see Hartford Bigfoot more zoning here. And again, we talked about this the other day where, you've already got an influential legislator, Jason Rojas, the House Majority Leader from East Hartford, alluding to the fact, well, now they have a little bit less, not by much, but a tad less supposedly onerous housing bill, in place. Maybe now they go after, local building codes, other stuff like that to, create more housing. So we'll see. We will know in short order how well this housing bill is received. And the interesting thing I'm going to see is how these unelected boards, I think there's 2 or 3 of them that are mandated in this bill, when they're not answering to any elected official, how those are accepted in cities or towns here. And are you going to have, I read this morning, there's another battle going on now. In fact, I have it pulled up to talk about here, another rather large apartment development proposed for an area that may not want it. So again, they got their housing bill. It was signed, so now the governor can wave it around when he does all his campaign appearances coming up in the next year or so, and we shall see. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both with some patchy volume. Stamford getting up into Norwalk. Both roadways now at about 40 minutes from Route 7 getting up into Route 8 into Bridgeport. Not too bad into the valley on Route 8. South on 95 heavy. Long Wharf into West Haven. Eastbound 84 okay through Newtown, Building in through Middlebury. And a tractor-trailer accident still closes the northbound Route 8 exit 26 off-ramp in Naugatuck. Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule with cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
NFL Sundays are back on the Voice of Connecticut. Dished up by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast. Be there for the action starting at 12:30. We've got your local NFL news and notes. Then it's kickoff at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. Because what's a football game without a Duchess feast at your fingertips? Get ready to tackle your hunger and the football season with Duchess Restaurants. Your first draft pick for fresh food served fast.
The holidays are a time of traditions, like making your great-grandmother's secret pudding recipe or watching that favorite movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Senate failed today to pass two health care bills designed to address the expiring subsidies for millions of Americans. One was Democratic, the other Republican. Julie Rovner of KFF Health News on what's at stake.
There's about 24 million people who get their insurance through the ACA marketplaces. About 22 million of those get some kind of help from the federal government. Some of those will lose that help altogether. Others will just see that help reduced.
Washington State remains under a state of emergency after torrential rains, mudslides, and rising rivers. CBS's Carter Evans is in Monroe, just northeast of Seattle.
Many of these communities right now are doing preemptive evacuations because they think it might start to flood late tonight or into early tomorrow morning, when it would be really difficult to rescue people. So they're urging people to leave now.
On Wall Street, stocks are higher today. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
There is a case of measles in Connecticut. Dr. Fred Brown of Griffin Health said measles is making a comeback.
It's back. It's back with a vengeance. And as expected, this is a highly infectious disease. You know, we knew with the low vaccination rates that this was going to be a possibility.
The Department of Health confirmed the case Wednesday. It's the state's first in more than 4 years. Health officials say it's an unvaccinated child under the age of 10 in Fairfield County who recently traveled outside the U.S. There is a wind advisory for northern Connecticut from now through 10 a.m. tomorrow. West winds at 20 to 30 miles per hour will gust to 50 at times. Forecasters warn there could be tree damage and scattered power outages. They also caution that unsecured items will be blown around. A man is dead after an apparent homicide in Stamford. Police Wednesday identified the man found dead last week in a house on Oaklawn Avenue. He's 79-year-old Carmine Bocuzzi. Investigators say he used to live in the house. The medical examiner says he died of blunt force impact injuries. His remains were found after an armed standoff with Jed Parkington. The standoff ended with Parkington's apparent suicide. A police officer is shown on body camera repeatedly punching a man outside a restaurant in West Haven. The officer, Richard Nacarado, remains on administrative leave after allegedly punching a man 18 times in the head during a July call. Nacarado was charged with second-degree assault in October. State police say the driver of the box truck in Tuesday's fatal road rage incident on I-84 is not in custody. The person allegedly drove over the driver of a tractor-trailer who had stopped in heavy traffic and jumped on the hood of the box truck. A witness tells WTNH-TV News 8 the man then started spraying what looked like a fire extinguisher. Moments later, the box truck driver ran over the tractor-trailer driver, killing him. The incident is still under investigation, and state police are not ruling out making an arrest. The Hartford market, which includes West Hartford and East Hartford, is ranked as the top area in the country for housing in 2026. The website Realtor.com based the ranking on an expected growth of just over 17%. The New Haven-Milford market is ranked 10th, and the Bridgeport-Norwalk-Stamford area is 15th. The website said the top markets all have relative affordability, limited new construction, below average mortgage lock-in, and older, well-qualified buyers. The law license of Kent Mowini has been suspended for a year. Mowini is the civil attorney and friend of Fotis Doulos. Police believe Mowini tried to create an alibi for Doulos following the disappearance and ultimately ruled death of Jennifer Farber-Doulos in 2019. Mowini already pleaded guilty to lesser charges in the case. Senator Richard Blumenthal says Republicans' efforts to undermine the Affordable Care Act will have deadly consequences. Senator Blumenthal talked Wednesday at a hearing of the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. He criticized GOP lawmakers for refusing to extend ACA subsidies. Blumenthal says 20 million Americans are facing an average premium increase of 114% due to the loss of the subsidies. He adds people will die if they can't afford health insurance, and it's urgent the Senate act now. Connecticut is making what the governor calls, quote, significant improvements in strengthening its pension system. Governor Ned Lamont said Wednesday 2 new reports show positive signs for the system's long-term health.
And the perception of the state means we're a place that businesses want to be and people want to be and individuals want to be because they see we're getting our fiscal house in order.
One report shows over $2 billion in growth and a decrease in unfunded liabilities for a fund for state employees. Also, the fund for retired teachers reportedly increased by more than $1.5 billion. Lamont says Connecticut's fiscal health is the strongest it has been in decades. And the Hartford Xfinity Theater is going back to its original name. The venue has announced it will be known once again as the Meadows Music Theater. It opened with that moniker in 1995 before it became the Comcast Theater in 2006. It's been known as the Xfinity Theater since 2013. The first 2 shows of the season at the Meadows will be MGK and Riley Green. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, just some patchy volume out of Stamford. A heavy wave still from 17 at Westport getting up into Southport. Lower end of the Parkway's okay. Very heavy on the Parkway getting into Westport. Fairfield side, not too bad. Route 8's looking okay. Southbound 95 with heavy delays out of Long Wharf. Accident northbound 95 into Long Wharf, New Haven. And an accident northbound Parkway by the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Stay connected with Paul during the show at WICC 600 on Facebook. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I've done talk radio now for, carry the 3, about 33 years. Did news before that, still do some other things on the side. But when you do talk radio, you, as I do, you know the time you're on, obviously, and you get up in the morning or you get to work and you say, geez, what am I going to talk about today? What is going to be relatable? What's going to be interesting for the host? There's a mantra here when you do talk radio. If the topic doesn't interest the host, listeners will pick right up on it, and they'll know you're faking it. So that's a rule I live by. And you also look for stories that you go, what? Now, as I said, I've been doing talk radio for 33 years. Been doing it here, courtesy of Connoisseur, coming up on 7 years. Did some talk in Bridgeport on a fill-in basis in the mid to late 90s. Worked in New Haven. Did talk in Springfield, filled in there. A lot of years in Hartford. Did some fill-ins in Providence. National stuff. Worked in Las Vegas for a while. I don't think I've ever seen a story like this. And as much as you say or you think you've seen it all, you've talked about it all, then comes the Bridgeport City Council. And I'm not besmirching anybody. I'm just telling you what's in the news. This has been covered by a couple of other outlets. It's in the Hearst outlets here. Our own Chris Williams has alluded to this, but let me break it down in a little more detail, because you hear and watch stuff like this, and you say to yourself, really? So here we go. And now let me just say something. I'm not using any vulgarities here. But in order to just illustrate the fact that there's never a dull moment here, I have to get into the explanation of something that you might say, oh, God, Did he have to say that on the radio? Well, yeah, I've cleared it with the boss already, saying, hey, this is in the news, so we have to talk about it because it's out there. And I got I said, hey, listen, by the way, I'm going to mention this today, to which one of the bosses says, what? And I said, go read it. Okay. This story here by Ethan Fry and Brian Lockhart. Brian's a friend of the program. He's been on here a few times. A Bridgeport City councilwoman sought the council president's arrest for election night motorboating. City Councilwoman Maria Pereira sought to have Aidi Nieves, the council's then president, arrested after an election night interaction between the pair at the Morton Government Center, but the top prosecutor in the area wouldn't sign an arrest warrant in the case. So you may be asking yourself, hey, Paul, or asking me, what's the big dust-up here? Let me explain. And again, I will say this in the most delicate terms I can. Just going by, a lot of you either don't get the Connecticut Post or haven't seen it today. In an interview with detectives, Maria Pereira said she was forced to motorboat Nieves. Now, this is the allegation. After an encounter in which Nieves sarcastically thanked Pereira for helping her win re-election by working against her. All right, so you're probably saying, well, one was being sarcastic. You're probably saying, Paul, what's the big deal here? And again, in the grand scheme of things, this is not earth-shattering, but this is one of those things that when you read it, you say, I thought I heard it all, and I haven't. Motorboating, and here we go, I will say this as delicately as I can. Motorboating is a slang term for a sexual or playful act in which a person places their face between another person's breasts. I guess it could be male or female. The operative thing probably would be female, but hey, I don't want to be gender exclusive here. Places said person's face between another person's breasts and shakes their head. Kind of like... I just had to explain it. The story continues. I'm not making this up, folks. This is actually one of the lead stories in Hearst today, motorboating. Though their names are redacted, the 4-page warrant says that video of the incident shows, allegedly, Maria Pereira sitting in a chair while Nieves entered and walked over to her, then leaned in and hugged her. Okay. It's election night. Congrats. Yeah, whatever. The warrant says, quote, it appears that, redacted person's name, grabs the victim by the area of the victim's head and shoulders. Redacted person's name is straddling the victim's feet when she embraces the victim. It appears that much of redacted person's name body weight is on the victim. It appears that the victim pushes redacted person's name off of her, then redacted person again pulls herself in on a second hug, and then kisses the victim on the top of the victim's head before releasing her hold and walking away. Now again, this is from the police report. The prosecutor, the judge, wouldn't sign an arrest warrant here. Quote, from the vantage point of the video, so apparently there's video of this. Again, don't get mad at me. I'm just telling you what the news is. It appears that the victim's head is pulled into redacted person's chest area. The warrant application, which notes the video is of poor quality, the encounter was approximately 8 seconds. The report says that in a signed statement to police dated November 12, Heidi Nieves said she went to the government center after the election results confirmed her victory and saw a councilwoman, name redacted, sitting and using her phone. I took a moment to thank her for her efforts in working against me, as it ultimately motivated me to work even harder to deliver a strong victory in my district. I could, this goes on. I get, yeah. And there's points and counterpoints, and the report says the state's attorney, Anthony Corradino, reviewed the application and watched the video of the incident between both. State's attorney Corradino refused to sign the arrest warrant. Oh, my God. Now, folks, I don't know what to listen. When I used to cover the New Haven Board of Aldermen, I don't recall any motorboating stories. Hartford City Council? Nope. Springfield City Council? No. I love my job. Motorboating.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800.
The holiday season is in full effect at Riverview Bistro, the area's festive destination to gather with family and friends.
Whether you're in the mood for a light bite or a hearty meal, the menu at RVB offers something for everyone, and our chef's seasonal specials are not to be missed.
And this year, by popular demand, Riverview Bistro is offering a special Christmas dinner to go, the perfect accompaniment to your at-home festivities. Visit riverviewstratford.com for more info.
We look forward to celebrating with you.
And wish you a very happy and healthy holiday season.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, that friendlier Fed is turning into records for the Dow and the S&P, while the Nasdaq is lagging on disappointing quarterly results from Oracle, which took a hit today and dragged the technology sector down, but prompted a rotation into other industry groups, leading the Dow to a better than 600-point gain to close at a record above 48,700. The S&P also crossed 6,900 for the first time ever. Didn't quite get there at the end of the day, while the Nasdaq lost more than 80 points, again on that weakness in technology stocks. A jump in jobless claims pushed long-term interest rates down a bit, as did expectations, at least potentially, for further rate cuts from the Fed. 4.14% was the yield on the 10-year note. Dollar broadly lower. Oil slipped 74 cents to $57.72 a barrel, while gold rallied to nearly $4,300 an ounce. Silver hit a new all-time high, just below $64, while Bitcoin suffered today, down $2,000 on the session. The market getting more comfortable with an easier Fed and the prospects for a steadier state economy.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Too much on your list this season?
Get 50% off your first 6 months of payroll at gusto.com/radio. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go from making payroll to making gingerbread houses, checking your books to decking the halls, spreadsheets to snow angels. Switch before the end of the year and there's no need to transfer payroll history. Now that's a reason to be merry. Choose a future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at gusto.com/radio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Plenty of volume on 95 and the Parkway. Both roadways about 45 minutes to go. Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport. Pretty solid through the Westport exits on both roadways. Route 8 starting to build a little bit into the Commodore Hull Bridge. New Haven County, we have a breakdown northbound 95 near exit 46 at Long Wharf. Heavy out of West Haven. And northbound Parkway, not much better. We have an accident by the West Rock Tunnel. Delays back to Route 34 in Orange. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
He's here every afternoon to give it to you straight. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And just to reiterate, just to be fair, just to bring it home here in this allegation between Maria Pereira and Heidi Nieves, the allegation, the finger pointing here regarding motorboating. I just never thought I would see that in a newspaper. Again, State's Attorney Anthony Corradino said there is insufficient credible and corroborated evidence. He said in a letter, quote, I have evaluated the strength of the video and the other evidence, and on that basis, the arrest warrant is refused because the allegation of sexual assault in the fourth degree cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Case closed. So there you go. So there were no charges, but again, a large amount of entertainment value, which I just, the city of Bridgeport, for a talk show host in this market, the city of Bridgeport is just, and again, nothing against the good, hardworking, salt of the earth people in Bridgeport, but listen, I don't have to tell you this, right? It is, the entertainment value is just a thing of sheer beauty. Never does Bridgeport leave me wanting. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. This isn't good. Connecticut's got its first case of measles in more than 4 years. Look. I know that a lot of people are still mad because a lot of people were forced. If they didn't want to, they felt it was an infringement on their constitutional rights to take the COVID vaccine. I get it. I understand it. I did it. I got one of the boosters. I was fine. Maybe it kept me out of the hospital. I don't know. I understand that. But let's try and concentrate on two things at once. One thing is you can still research the efficacy of the COVID vaccine, make up your mind. It's still out there. Some people are still getting it. Some people are not getting it, whatever. But measles, really? We have unvaccinated. I talked with my doctor, and she was a little concerned. She goes, we shouldn't be having these measles cases. And, with my age, she goes, you're in your mid-60s now. One thing you don't want to get is measles. So I went and I got, I got my booster, which is fine. I'm not telling you what to do or what not to do. But, my God, some of this is ridiculous. Like, why are we even debating the measles vaccine? Why? And again, the one guy, and again, I'm not judging him on a personal basis as a husband, a father, or a grandfather. That's not what I'm saying here. But one of the people in this administration I could probably do without as far as as far as vaccination stuff is RFK Jr. Now, if he wants to push stuff, which he has about getting rid of food dyes and food colorings, yeah, it's probably a good thing. We've heard about those dyes being kind of deleterious here. And I know he's probably brought in a lot of yes people on vaccines, so we'll see what happens. But really? Come on. Look, you want to not have your kid vaccinated, that's fine. But really, it's so now we're supposed to sit back and not say, oh, good, there's measles again. Hey, what's next? A little diphtheria? A little DPT? We're gonna not have that? My God. I don't know. I just... The amount, and listen, you can have a contradictory idea on something. I'm not saying you can't, but sometimes science is proved or proven. Yeah, water's wet. The sky, sans any clouds or weather systems, is blue. We breathe oxygen, nitrogen, argon, whatever the mix of our air is. I mean, there's some stuff that, why are we even debating this? Mind-boggling. It really is. It just boggles my mind that there's stuff that we still debate on this. Now we have new diseases in the situation of COVID. I mean, yeah, that's good. That's up for some screaming and yelling. But measles, really? All right, traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 still not too bad out of Stamford into Darien. Still very heavy into Westport. Still 45 minutes from Route 7 up to Route 8. Parkway heaviest getting out of Norwalk into Westport. Starting to build heavier now out of Fairfield by the rest area up through the mall and Trumbull. Route 8, couple extra pockets getting up into the valley. Still very heavy northbound 95 from Milford getting into West Haven thanks to an earlier breakdown near Long Wharf. And an accident cleared Parkway northbound by the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When it comes to buying Continental winter tires at the guaranteed lowest price, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. Plus, when it comes to getting more free services, when you buy Continental winter tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So for the best deal on Continental tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 695.9.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, we have the second U.S. Marine Corps Wing Band coming into the Klein Memorial for long delayed because of that government shutdown that achieved a lot, huh? Because of the delay of the government shutdown, the wing band, the Marine Wing Band, is coming in on a Monday and Tuesday, the 15th and the 16th. So we'll have a member of that great band coming up in just a few minutes to talk about that. Again, remember, the tickets are free, but you have to get them in advance, so we'll go over all of that as well. Once again, the number to get a hold of us is 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. That is talk or text. So if you have an idle thought, but you don't want to come on the radio and you want to just send it to me in the form of a text, you can do that. And the email is Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul at voiceofct.com. That again, Paul at voiceofct.com. And by the way, go to our website, voiceofct.com. Make sure you click on the Sweet Deals banner, and you'll see all the great sweet deals there. Again, you know what these are because we do it a lot because people love it, and they sell out. Half-price gift cards to a lot of the great places you love to go and recreate, and especially to eat. And who doesn't love to eat? So check it out. Go to voiceofct.com. Click on Sweet Deals.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hopes for solving major health insurance issues are fading. The Senate today rejected 2 bills from Republicans and Democrats addressing expiring Affordable Care Act subsidies. Linda Kenyon reports.
The rejection all but guarantees major hikes in health care costs for millions of Americans. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked, what now?
The president is prepared to take action on health care, and he wants Republicans on the Hill to do the same.
Given that current subsidies expire in just weeks, how fast can he act?
You'll hear more from the president and from the White House on that.
Secretary Leavitt blames Democrats.
Democrats are now pretending they want a solution to this issue, but they created the problem.
For years, Republicans have said repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. Now they have just weeks. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
A grand jury has declined for a second time to re-indict New York Attorney General Letitia James. She has called the mortgage fraud prosecution politically motivated. The man charged with killing Charlie Kirk has made his first in-person court appearance. His attorneys are pushing to further limit media access to the high-profile case. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem told Congress the seizure of an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela was part of counter-drug efforts. But CBS's Charlie Daggett reports it's unusual to use U.S. forces to seize a merchant ship.
It just keeps ratcheting up, one thing after another. But this one is by far the biggest escalation yet.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe reports it's part of the administration's pressure campaign on President Maduro.
Yes, this is all designed to put pressure on him. And while there is broad general support for taking out illegal drug actors, whether it's through these attacks on the boats or arresting them or catching them on their way in through Mexico, there is less support and certainly far less understanding of the reasons for why this buildup in Venezuela continues. In other words, the administration still has a bit of a sales job to do to explain and convince the American public that that kind of operation is necessary and justified.
After days of torrential rain, Washington State's governor is warning residents to be prepared as rivers rise.
This is a potentially catastrophic event. That's the words of the National Weather Service, with the potential for significant loss of life.
CBS's Carter Evans is in Monroe, northeast of Seattle.
Pretty much every building, every business you see is sandbagged right now because they are expecting a significant potential that the water could come over this flood wall at some time tonight or early tomorrow morning.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A man is dead after an apparent homicide in Stamford. Police Wednesday identified the man found dead last week in a house on Oak Lawn Avenue. He's 79-year-old Carmine Bocuzzi. Investigators say he used to live in the house. The medical examiner says he died of blunt force impact injuries. His remains were found after an armed standoff with Jed Parkington. The standoff ended with Parkington's apparent suicide. State police say the driver of the box truck in Tuesday's fatal road rage incident on I-84 is not in custody. The person allegedly drove over the driver of a tractor trailer who had stopped in heavy traffic and jumped on the hood of the box truck. A witness tells WTNH-TV News 8 the man then started spraying what looked like a fire extinguisher. Moments later, the box truck driver ran over the tractor trailer driver, killing him. The incident is still under investigation, and state police are not ruling out making an arrest. A police officer is shown on body camera repeatedly punching a man outside a restaurant in West Haven. The officer, Richard Nacarado, remains on administrative leave after allegedly punching a man 18 times in the head during a July call. Nacarado was charged with second-degree assault in October. The law license of Kent Mohiney has been suspended for a year. Mohiney is the civil attorney and friend of Fotis Dulos. Police believe Mohiney tried to create an alibi for Dulos following the disappearance and ultimately ruled death of Jennifer Farber Dulos in 2019. Mohiney already pleaded guilty to lesser charges in the case. And there is a wind advisory for northern Connecticut from now through 10 a.m. tomorrow. West winds at 20 to 30 miles per hour will gust to 50 at times. Forecasters warn there could be tree damage and scattered power outages. They also caution that unsecured items will be blown around. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, patchy volume, lower part of the county. Both roadways now almost an hour to go from Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport. Route 8 with a little bit of volume into the Commodore Hull Bridge. New Haven County, northbound 95 jammed pretty heavy getting from Milford getting into West Haven thanks to an earlier crash. Parkway's not too bad now up to the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, it's hour 4. How are you? 3 hours down, 1 big hour to go. You and I together at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Hey, by the way, did you notice what hasn't happened yet? And I didn't have to go out on too far of a tree limb yesterday or a bush limb to tell you about this. What did I tell you? We had two major stories in the state yesterday. Number one, another guilty plea regarding the ongoing, this one I think from 2019, the two major investigations going on about the absentee ballot mess in Bridgeport. Guilty plea yesterday. Have the state House or state Senate Democrats said anything about this? Listen, the Republicans came right out and said, hey, we got to tighten up these absentee ballot regulations. Has anybody said that? Has anybody in the Bridgeport State House Democratic Caucus, have they said anything? Any state Senate Democrats representing the greater Bridgeport area, have they said anything? Maybe they have, and I missed it. Please let me know. Or do they like the way things are? Because, again, what did you see yesterday? I think it was Nilsen Heredia. What did she get? She got a suspended sentence and probation. Slap on the wrist. It's the way it is. Slap on. This is never going to. And guess what? Yeah, I can't wait to see. I gotta order the popcorn, the pork rinds, the peanuts, the adult beverages. Pretty soon, when we have essentially mail-in, no excuse absentee ballots, which we're gonna have, because people in this state were dumb enough to approve that a couple of election cycles ago. So we haven't heard really anything from, how about our Attorney General, Mr. Tong? Has he filed his daily lawsuit yet against Donald Trump? Because I'm sure that the Tong lawsuit is going to make the difference, I'm sure. So have we heard anything at all regarding another guilty plea in a Bridgeport funny ballot? And no, we didn't. And what else have we not heard from legislative Democrats? Any reaction at all? Have we heard it regarding a big report, a great report, a well-researched, well-written report from Hearst, Connecticut Media? It's on our Facebook page about women possibly getting threatened in Southington because of these phony sham marriages going on to illegals. Has Mr. Tong said anything about that? Or again, is he too busy planning his next 17 lawsuits against the Trump White House? I'm not saying he can't sue the Trump White House, but Is anybody on the Democratic side of the aisle saying anything about these assembly line sham marriages? That there's a great amount of evidence that they're going on in Bridgeport, that they're going on in New Haven, that they're now going on in Southington. There are rumblings about what's happening in Trumbull. I even took some calls off air about that. I rarely speak to people off the air, but I was told somebody called with this, so I spoke to a couple of people. How many more reports of sham marriages are we, with threats, apparently? Don't believe me if you don't want to. Read the story from Hearst. Apparently, with threats to women about this, the cops were called. They're looking in. I guess they're still investigating. Where are the women's groups in Connecticut? Isn't there a women's caucus in Hartford somewhere? There's a caucus for just about everything. I'm part of the pudgy white suburban Italian caucus myself. Chris liked that one. Seriously. Where's our attorney general? And listen. You could say, well, it's a federal investigation. Maybe it is. Come out and say something. Because you know what? Well, you don't say something. What's the inference that you're okay with this? See, maybe I'll be wrong here. And if I'm wrong, you can tell me, you can call me up, scream at me, lay into me, and I'll admit you were right. But again, is the governor not saying anything about this? Is the Democratic leadership in the House or Senate, are they not saying anything about it because there might be some, undocumented illegals affected here? Is that why? Are they just turning a blind eye because to say anything else would mean that they're cooperating with the feds? Do they not want to cooperate with the feds? Are they afraid that they will, infuriate the far left of the party? So there you go. Instead of starting the hour with things that did happen today, I started the hour. See what I did right there? I started the hour with things that didn't happen today. No reaction from that I see. Now, again, usually I can see something in the 20 or 30 news sites that I look at every day and people texting me saying, hey, this person said this, that person said that. So has there been, I ask you, if you find it, please send it to me. Has there been any matter or mode of a reaction from anybody in leadership, in the Democratic leadership in this state, to, again, a lengthy article in Hearst saying, hey, now this is the fourth municipality where there are rumors of sham marriage mills operating? No reaction. None that I can see. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd love to be wrong on this one. I really would. I would love to be wrong. Any reaction here to a plea bargain? And again, shocking, I know. Absentee ballots in Bridgeport. Nothing, not a peep out of the majority in Hartford. I don't know. Could it be that maybe do they maybe like it that way?
For those who struggle in Fairfield County, winter is especially hard, with a challenge to just keep warm. But you can help. The Voice of Connecticut First County Bank Warmth Drive is happening right now. Donate new or gently worn coats, gloves, hats, and scarves to any First County Bank location now through December 18th. Everything collected goes directly to Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Let's all do our part to help keep our neighbors in Fairfield County warm through the winter.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway still with just patchy volume lower part of the county. Both roadways holding at least 45 minutes from Route 7 up into Route 8. 8 and 25 connector heavy into the 95 merge. Further north, not too bad. Route 8 up into the valley. 95 on the heavy side, Milford into West Haven. And Parkway's not too bad now into New Haven County. Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Speak your mind, because Paul certainly speaks his. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, do we have a treat coming up for you this coming Monday and Tuesday, the 15th and 16th at the Klein Memorial Auditorium, the beautiful Klein, newly renovated, nice and spiffy there. A reschedule of a couple of concerts that should have happened a couple of weeks ago, but they were put off because of the government shutdown. Thankfully, we're well beyond that. Free holiday concerts with a dash of Italian flair. Yes, they've been at Bridgeport numerous years, decades. The 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing Band. It's at the Klein, of course, 910 Fairfield Avenue. 7 o'clock showtimes. Doors open at 6. Now, the tickets are free, but you've got to get a ticket beforehand. And again, part of that also is a effort to raise non-perishable items for the needy around the Bridgeport area. And joining us right now out of Cherry Point, North Carolina, is the drum major, or a drum major for the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing Band, Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Dalton. Sergeant, it's Paul here at WICC in Bridgeport. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. I appreciate you having me today.
Well, thank you, and appreciate your efforts. So, how did you get involved with the band? I've been watching some of the videos here. You guys and gals sound great. Was music a lifetime avocation of yours?
It most certainly was. It started off as a hobby and then slowly became something that I got more and more passionate about.
Yeah.
And I found the Marine Corps and their music program, and it's been a long tenure, 20 years worth of music career for me.
And you're set to retire, correctly? I mean, you're leaving what, active service on December the 19th, aren't you? Is that what it says here?
Yep, I'll retire from active duty service after 20 years and some change on December 19th. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the basically a generation, 20 years, Sergeant? What's it been like in the Marine Corps for you?
Oh, it's definitely been an awesome treat. My job has taken me many places that I could never have dreamed about going.
Mm-hmm.
And I've met so many people that otherwise, without this career, I probably wouldn't have bumped into. And among those are the wonderful people in Bridgeport and the surrounding areas that I've been privileged enough to be able to be a part of 8 of these 36 years.
Wow. So what leads somebody, Sergeant Dalton, from somebody who has an avocation of music as a young age to ply that trade in a service like you have in the Marine Corps? Tell us about your journey a little bit.
Well, I had essentially just felt more of a call to service. I wanted to explore some things, travel a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I found the Marine Corps before I found Marine Corps music,
Mm-hmm.
and the Marine Corps just kind of had the set values and basic tenets that I was just attracted to in growing as a young man. And then once I found out that they had a music program, it just kind of put 2 of the things that I was really aspiring to do together in one package.
What is the Marine Corps music program like? I mean, obviously, all the armed services dating back to, the heyday, World War I, World War II, and the big band leaders, a lot of them in these services. But what's the Marine Corps music program like?
So it's heavily centered around one of our famous composers and directors, and John Philip Sousa, and Marine music has always had a prominence since his day. The thing that I grab onto a lot more about the Marine Corps is, I guess in relation to a lot of the other services, is that I'm expected to be a Marine at brass roots. So I get to experience a lot of the things that any other occupation in the Marine Corps does, as well as music. For example, we have had opportunities to operate as security forces abroad on either deployments or deployments for training as well. Just to be able to get a wide variety of experience and then return to the job and get some more experience as a professional musician abroad around the globe.
Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Dalton joining us. He is the drum major in the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing Band. Again, 2 free performances coming up this Monday and Tuesday at the Klein. I've interviewed musicians of every ilk before, Sergeant, and I always ask this question. I want to ask it of you. When you're performing and maybe looking out on crowds, small and large, what does it feel like to see all ages and their eyes looking at you, and the way maybe the music is not just making them feel good, but touching them emotionally, spiritually, and with a lot of the folks, you guys and gals, the music you play patriotically as well?
Yeah, I think it's one of the things about being a musician that keeps you going is the shared emotional experience with an audience that sometimes you've never even had a conversation with, never met before. And even sometimes you don't even speak the same spoken language, but being able to share a common feeling around music, because it doesn't take a language degree to be able to listen and understand and feel music. It's just an unspoken language, and being able to share in those moments is probably one of the more fulfilling things I do as a musician.
Give my audience here, Sergeant, an oh wow moment or two that you've had in the years you've done this. What sits in front of your mind if I asked you, recount a moment or two, maybe while you were playing and you looked out and you had this oh wow moment?
Well, I would say the first one that stands out in my head is some of the professional football games that I've played at. The immense amount of noise that comes with being in a venue of that sort. And it feels completely different down on the field than it does up in the stands. But I would say the second for me, I was privileged and honored to be able to go with one of our sister service in the Navy. They have a band over in Naples, Italy, and I was able to go on tour with them through Finland, predominantly in Helsinki. And Finland was at that time housing a lot of Ukrainian refugees, and being able to do a couple of concerts at the Ukrainian refugee centers, and the amount of reception from them and their appreciation for us being there, and did not speak the same language at all, but we played a couple of songs that were familiar to them, and the amount of emotion that was shared and exchanged without a single word was probably one of the more profound moments of my career.
What will the crowds, Sergeant, Monday and Tuesday at the Klein, what will they hear? What's on the set list?
So we do have a mix of holiday music. We've got some more contemporary, upbeat, interaction-type tunes with our what we call a brass band. It's a 9-piece New Orleans-style brass band. And then we do have some patriotic music in the lineup as well. All right. Final thing I got to ask you, what's on your playlist? What's on your Spotify or your Apple playlist when you're kicking back and have the earbuds in? What are you listening to? Well, I definitely do like a lot of brass band style music. So anything from Lucky Chops and Too Many Zoos is normally first up on my playlist. Absolutely. There you have it. Out of Cherry Point, North Carolina, Marine Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Dalton. He's the drum major coming up this Monday and Tuesday for the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing Band shows at the Klein Memorial in Bridgeport. He says he loves Bridgeport. He's been here several times. Hey, Sergeant, thank you, number one, for your service. Thank you for being in the band, and good luck on your future after your coming retirement. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sergeant. Appreciate it. Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Dalton. On the other side of the news, we'll give you the details. If you haven't got your tickets, you can get them. But you do have to get them in advance. They are free. So we'll talk more about that coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Continuing with no major accidents across lower Fairfield County, 95 in the Parkway, both patchy volume from Stamford up into Norwalk. Still pretty solid through the Westport exits from 17 all the way up to the Fairfield Rest on 95. Very heavy into Westport on the Parkway. A little bit slow on the Fairfield side. Route 8 still not too bad into the Valley. Eastbound 84 delays from the state line out through Super 7 into Danbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
We're taking Powerball and doubling the fun. The new Double Play feature has arrived, bringing you double the opportunities to win millions. Just add Double Play for an additional drawing and chance to win up to $10 million. One ticket, 2 chances to win. Add Double Play to your Connecticut Powerball ticket today. Overall odds of Powerball and Double Play 1 in 24.9. Jackpot odds 1 in approximately 293 million. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
The holidays are a time of traditions, like making your great-grandmother's secret pudding recipe or watching that favorite movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
What if giving back was as easy as checking your phone? Now it is. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. If you love supporting local nonprofits, head to shoppinganyway.com to download the app. Signing up is easy with some basic info. Tap the heart on a profile to follow and get alerts about all of their needs. Because you're shopping anyway, helping others has never been easier at shoppinganyway.com. Do you know a nonprofit that relies on contributions? Go to shoppinganyway.com and send us an email. because a lot of people helping a little helps a lot.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Senate has rejected both Democratic and Republican plans for dealing with expiring health care subsidies. Caitlin Huey-Burns reports medical costs are a huge worry for many families.
That is a concern, whether you how you start to budget for the next year and what you start to cut back on.
CBS's Jake Rosen reports a grand jury has declined for a second time to re-indict New York Attorney General Letitia James.
The Department of Justice is looking for different grand juries to potentially revive this case that currently kind of is straying in the wind.
She has called the mortgage fraud prosecution politically motivated. Meteorologist Jessica Birch tracking the threat of catastrophic flooding in Washington state as rivers rise.
What we're continuing to keep a close eye on is if those will continue to rise into the coming days, especially with all the amounts of rain that we've seen the past 24 hours and what we're expecting within the next at least 2 days.
Stocks finished higher today. CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport official may sue a colleague on the city council. Councilwoman Aidi Nieves said Wednesday she may sue Councilwoman Maria Pereira after Pereira tried to get Nieves arrested after an encounter between the two of them at the government center on election night. Pereira wanted Nieves arrested, but police declined after the state attorney found insufficient evidence. Pereira says the police are protecting Nieves. Nieves claims she was just giving Pereira a congratulatory hug for winning her own election, and she tells the Connecticut Post she may sue Pereira for making false allegations. There is a case of measles in Connecticut. Dr. Fred Brown of Griffin Health said measles is making a comeback.
It's back. It's back with a vengeance. And as expected, this is a highly infectious disease. You know, we knew with the low vaccination rates that this was going to be a possibility.
The Department of Health confirmed the case Wednesday. It's the state's first in more than 4 years. Health officials say it's an unvaccinated child under the age of 10 in Fairfield County who recently traveled outside the U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal says Republicans' efforts to undermine the Affordable Care Act will have deadly consequences. Senator Blumenthal talked Wednesday at a hearing of the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. He criticized GOP lawmakers for refusing to extend ACA subsidies. Blumenthal says 20 million Americans are facing an average premium increase of 114% due to the loss of the subsidies. He adds people will die if they can't afford health insurance, and it's urgent the Senate act now. Earlier this morning, Governor Ned Lamont announced the implementation of a new policy that will make it easier for licensed nurses from other jurisdiction to practice in Connecticut. The change is being enacted in response to a nationwide nursing shortage in an effort to make Connecticut a more attractive place for licensed nurses to live and work. Connecticut is also making what the governor calls, quote, significant improvements in strengthening its pension system. Governor Ned Lamont said Wednesday 2 new reports show positive signs for the system's long-term health.
And the perception of the state means we're a place that businesses want to be and people want to be and individuals want to be because they see we're getting our fiscal house in order.
One report shows over $2 billion in growth and a decrease in unfunded liabilities for a fund for state employees. Also, the fund for retired teachers reportedly increased by more than $1.5 billion. Lamont says Connecticut's fiscal health is the strongest it has been in decades. The Hartford Xfinity Theater is going back to its original name. The venue has announced it will be known once again as the Meadows Music Theater. It opened with that moniker in 1995 before it became the Comcast Theater in 2006. It's been known as the Xfinity Theater since 2013. The first 2 shows of the season at the Meadows will be MGK and Riley Green. The Hartford Market, which includes West Hartford and East Hartford, is ranked as the top area in the country for housing in 2026. The website Realtor.com based the ranking on an expected growth of just over 17%. The New Haven Milford Market is ranked 10th and the Bridgeport-Norwalk-Stamford area is 15th. The website said the top markets all have relative affordability, limited new construction, below average mortgage lock-in, and older, well-qualified buyers. A virtual meeting was held today to learn and share feedback on ways to improve the I-95 corridor in Stamford. The Department of Transportation has been working on ways to make the stretch between exits 7 and 9 safer and less congested.
So we can hear what we need to do on I-95, what we need to do on the local roads, ways that we could maybe improve or expand public transportation options, and ultimately that range of alternatives, the multiple options, the dozens of different scenarios will ultimately get weeded out and thinned out as the process moves forward.
A Stu Leonard's location in Lower New Haven County is sounding more and more promising, but the next storefront may not be in Orange as had been proposed. Instead, it may be Milford. Mayor Rich Smith has reportedly been in talks with Stu Leonard Jr. since the proposed plans of another location at the shuttered Christmas Tree Shop's location in Orange remain stalled. It's not clear what exact locations in Milford are potential properties for a Stu's. And Mohegan Sun Arena is the best casino concert venue in the U.S., according to Newsweek's 2026 Reader's Choice Awards. The 10,000-seat arena hosts over 125 concerts and sporting events annually. Mohegan Sun was also named the second-best Native American casino in the country and second-best casino players club. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Still holding accident-free across Fairfield County. We have moderate delays coming out of Stamford up into Norwalk on 95. Still 45 minutes from exit 17 getting up into Bridgeport. Very heavy till you get up towards Southport before opening up a little bit. Parkway, very heavy. Route 7 up to Westport. Fairfield side will call it patchy volume. Route 8 still not too bad. And south on 95 still busy. Long Wharf out of New Haven into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And once again, kudos to our guest, Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Dalton out of Cherry Point, North Carolina, getting ready to wrap up about 20 years or so as a member of the U.S. Marine Corps. He's due to retire just a few days after he plays his 2 shows along with the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing Band. Now, that is coming up this coming Monday and Tuesday. Monday, December 15th, Tuesday, December 16th, of course, at the beautiful Klein Memorial Auditorium, 910 Fairfield Avenue in Bridgeport. Doors open at 6, 7 o'clock shows. Tickets are free, but they are required. You do need a ticket. So free tickets, you can get the tickets in person in Bridgeport. Go to Nick's Diner. You can go to Port 5, the Klein Memorial, and the North End Library. All right, it'll be a free holiday concert with a dash of Italian flair, holiday hits, patriotic selections, traditional classical, contemporary jazz, radio music, instrumentals as all. So that's coming up on Monday the 15th and Tuesday the 16th at the Klein. And a reminder, one final thought, we are asking all concert goers to bring a non-perishable food item. You don't have to, but it would be nice if you could. You know, I don't know, a jar of peanut butter, a couple of canned goods, boxes of pasta, macaroni, rice, you know. All the food will be distributed by the Bridgeport Office of Veterans Services to veterans in need. All right? So it's at the Klein this coming, what's Klein seat? About 1,500, I think. So you want to check in, make sure there are tickets. You can't just walk in. You have to have a ticket. But the tickets are free. Long tradition of the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing Band coming to Bridgeport. We had to reschedule it because of the government shutdown, which was a tremendous waste of time. Don't get me going on that. Coming up this Monday, December 15th, this Tuesday, December the 16th. All right, okay. Got that? Open phones if you want to check in here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, and I told you so here. What have I been telling you for the past, I don't know, probably 7, 8, 9, 10 months here? That maybe come as soon as the midterms, this coming November now, 11 months away, but definitely in 2028. There's already worry on the Democratic side, and this comes from a report in the New York Times earlier this week. I wanted to get to it, but I got bogged down with a bunch of other stuff here. But I've been telling you for the better part of almost a year that unless the Democratic Party on a national basis comes to some sort of a consensus on how to handle immigration and the border and migrants, it's going to play right into the Republican hands again. And now there was that big article I read to you the other day, a huge article in the New York Times saying, hey, the Biden people, and the reason I mention this to you is I point this directly at the people that can't stand Trump and the people that are just incensed. And I have friends and relatives like this. They can't even say the word Trump. They are incensed as to what happened, to which I say, immigration. I told you this months before he was elected. Immigration would, if he was to win, it would be on immigration. And I know the economy was big. But if you read that story, which I don't think is behind the payroll, you got to read the story in the New York Times the other day, where the Biden people, his inner circle, they were warned by people saying, we might lose this on immigration, and they didn't care. Now, why they didn't care, I don't know. They were worried about Latinos reacting to it. I mean, you talk about soft bigotry of low expectations. Why? All of a sudden, Latinos are for illegals? Who decides this nonsense? That Latinos, just because their skin is brown or their heritage is a brown heritage, they want criminality at the border? Who in their right mind in Washington extricates themselves from their $100 lunch and thinks about this crap? So I go to what the New York Times is writing again. Now they're worried, and this is my big I told you so here. Joe Biden's approach helped return Donald Trump to the White House, but the consequences go further. According to the former Biden officials I spoke with, not me, this is the person who wrote this, it created space for Trump to pursue an even more aggressive agenda than he did during his first administration. All right, now here's the money paragraph here, and you people who think, well, once Trump is gone, it's all going to go back to open borders. No. I mean, remember, the border is the quiet. Now, some people still get through. They think by the end of the year, in a few weeks, the total for this year will be around 300,000 to 400,000. A lot different than 250,000 people a month. All right? Even the New York Times writes here, quote, as the 2028 White House campaign takes shape, contenders will eventually need to articulate positions on the border. They will face a version of the same dilemma that bedeviled Joe Biden in 2020. Should Democrats heed the demands of many of the party's liberal voters and stand up for more welcoming immigration policies? Or should they seek a middle ground to help avert the old open borders accusations? More than anything, the former Biden officials I spoke with said they were worried that their party had still failed to decide on a coherent set of views and policies on immigration. What did I tell you folks 7, 8, 9, 10 months ago? At its core, the modern-day Democratic Party has no idea what to do about immigration. There's two camps there. There's the traditional camp of, let some asylum seekers through, but you got to keep the border tight. And then on the other side, you've got the AOCs and the Bernie Sanders and now the Jasmine Crockett's. And they're going to be out there saying, oh, no, these poor people. And then you know what J.D. Vance is going to say? They want to reopen the border. And I know that's going to incense people, and there's going to be accusations of, they're fear-mongering and they hate brown people. Well, okay, then, what's your policy? Just as the Republican Party has its head parked up its rear end on health care and fixing Obamacare, the modern-day Democratic Party has its head parked up its rear end on immigration.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning online learning program.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by education experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 10,000 learning activities and more than 850 lessons, it's an engaging and comprehensive curriculum. More info at abcmouse.com/radio.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, really not too bad out of Stamford. We'll call it a few slow waves. Stamford up through Norwalk on both roadways. Still pretty packed in on 95 from 17 to Westport to the Fairfield Rest. Parkway's jammed from Route 7 up into Westport. Fairfield side starting to ease out. Route 8 still not too bad. This update brought to you by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, cold this evening and overnight near 20. Sunny and blustery Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Listen on Alexa.
And you'll never miss a moment.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And by the way, in case you want to check it out and search for it, that piece on immigration was written by Christopher Flabelle, F as in Frank, L-A-B-E-L-L-E, in the New York Times. I mean, you know what's going to happen. All you folks out there who want whatever Democrat's going to win in 2028 or would win, maybe, Gavin Newsom or whatever, you do know that, the nominee is probably at this point going to be, everybody says he's going to run away with the thing. It's probably going to be J.D. Vance, and he'll get up there, nice, crisp looking, and he'll point to he'll say, now, obviously, you may disagree with it, but he'll say elected Democrat and the border will look like this again. And they'll show the 250,000 people a month that were coming through. So, it's not the Republican policy on the border that people are going to wonder about. The fun here is gonna be watching Gavin Newsom maybe and John Shapiro, or AOC or Bernie, in that big circle, start talking about immigration and border policy. And all the Republicans are going to have to do is keep their mouths shut and say, see, look. They want to take the wall down. They want to open up the wall. Oh, man, is this going to be good? Josh Shapiro's been making a lot of appearances. He's been on MS Now. He's been on CNN. Listen, had Kamala Harris not kowtowed to the anti-Semites in her party, she might have been in the White House now. Shapiro might have delivered Pennsylvania because, Donald Trump won it by what, 1 point and change? And some other states as well. But again, because of the rampant strain of anti-Semitism now in the Democratic Party, this is what you got. Don't believe me? Look at the numbers. Dave in Meriden here. Dave, how are you? What's up?
Good, Paul. Hey, are we off tomorrow? Or?
Oh, I'm here. No, I'm here tomorrow.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Hey, I stopped at my local TD Bank this morning.
Yeah?
And I asked them, I said, geez, where's your Christmas decorations? You usually have a tree up by now.
Oh, boy.
They said corporate has banned them from putting up any Christmas decorations. I said, you got to be kidding me.
Well, Dave, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yep. Listen, sometimes, and I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know what the bank is, but sometimes, you know how these things work. And again, let me emphasize, if I didn't say it enough times, I don't know what they're thinking. But it's kind of the same mentality that, these companies tell their workers now in retail stores, don't go after people if you see them shoplifting again. What is that? The path of least resistance. And if any bankers, you see it all the time too. Now, thankfully, it hasn't happened in the past years, but and maybe it will. Now, watch what happens when I come into work tomorrow. But a lot of times, how often did we see, somebody is upset because there's a creche or a menorah or a crescent on some sort of, public land? I don't know. I've never been bothered. Oh, well, you're Catholic. Yeah, but I don't care. Christmas decoration. Well, this is how is a Christmas decoration? And I'm not saying that's why they did or didn't do it. But this whole thing about people being offended by, it's a public square. What if I'm an atheist? Sometimes, listen, you can be an atheist, that's fine. But sometimes they're the most miserable people on the planet. I get it. They don't want to be whatever. Yeah, so it doesn't surprise me. And the weird thing is, though, when you think about it, Christmas is Christmas technically is a secular holiday. Isn't a Christmas tree a pagan symbol? Now, again, it has a religious connotation as well. But Christmas is, as I understand it, right, essentially a secular holiday. I could be wrong. Jack in Stamford's here. Jack, how are you? What's going on?
Hey, happy Christmas there.
Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah, that's what we're going to do for the next few weeks and everything like that. Right. I have to go out and get my varsity letter in motorboarding. I think it's in the closet somewhere.
Motorboarding, you like that? Can you imagine? Only in Bridgeport. I got to tell you. None of this, the New Haven Board of Aldermen, the Hartford City Council, none of it was as exciting as this. No.
I just this is amazing. Yeah, it was something you'd see goofy in a movie when you're 15 years old or 13 or stuff. And some of these guys, we all digged Animal House when we were 15, but after some kind, by the time you actually got to college, you really weren't carrying on like that. This is great stuff.
No. So what's new and what's new? Oh, that's right. What's the game? I even forgot. Who's playing tonight? What do we got?
I think it's Tampa. I think it's Tampa Bay kicking tonight with And it's Tampa. Hold on, Tampa -4, is it? Tampa and the Falcons.
Tampa and the Falcons.
Yeah.
Where's the game? Does it say?
I don't know if that's on here.
Minus,
I'd have to see.
Tampa, Atlanta is the Falcons are so poorly coached. Oh my God!
Yeah. They could always jam you up.
But then
that Raymond James. Oh, it's down there.
Yeah,
down there in Tampa.
and Baker Mayfield's hurt, isn't he? He's playing with a bum arm, not his throwing arm, but yeah.
I keep hearing all these things. I'm not too sure. We'll throw a few dollars on someone
why
at
not?
game time.
Why
Game
not?
time decision.
Come on, you're a high roller.
We're getting ready for the year end.
Come on.
I know. Yeah, but we're getting ready there for the year end. We got to do some calcs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Be ready for see how things pan out for the rest of the year, and then get ready for a little bit of a shutdown. That'll be all right. And then we're in busy season.
There you go.
It never ends.
All right, Jack, be good, my friend. Got to roll. Thank you, sir. Yep, Jack and Stanford there, Mr. Corporate Accountant, Mr. Corporate Financial Guy, keeping us some tabs as to what the Gold Coasters are doing. That's right. I forgot it was Thursday Night Football. Tampa and Atlanta. Atlanta's out of it. Tampa's in the thick of it right now. I thought I saw it's not his throwing arm or his throwing shoulder. I thought Baker Mayfield was hurt. Boy, I got to tell you something. You know what? Why did the Browns ever get rid of Baker Mayfield? I mean, the guy was good. He was making commercials. He was a personality there. And they paid $250 million to Deshaun Watson. Oh, my God. And let's say he had a few problems. Yikes. Oh, man. And a coach at Michigan. How about that? Boy, I got to tell you something. Sometimes my gender, you again, like I say, I tell every woman I know, every guy's got a dirtbag gene. Some of us just control it better than others. All right, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, still very busy out of the Westport exits, both roadways. Not too bad. Route 8, that's looking good up into the Valley, New Haven County. You're easing out 95 in the Parkway, a little bit heavy through Long Wharf. Eastbound 84 heavy through Danbury from the state line out to the mall. And an accident reported just past exit 16, so heavy Middlebury into Waterbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and windy with a low near 20. Sunny and blustery on Friday with a high in the mid-30s. Saturday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This season, shop small and save big at Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery in Ansonia. Celebrate store-wide savings on Lazy Boy recliners, Beauty Rest mattresses, and more, just in time to refresh your home before the holidays. Stop by and spread some cheer. Spectre Furniture is a proud drop-off site for teams' toys for kids. Bring in a new unwrapped toy and brighten the child's season. Spectre Furniture, trusted for 135 years on Main Street in Ansonia. Shop small, save big, give back.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, that's going to just about put the wrap, put the bow on it, put the cap on it, put a lid on it, slam the door on it. How many more ways can I say this? All right, you stay here. Coming up, a little bit of Lisa Wexler, a little bit of the one and only Melissa in the morning, some of the stuff you may have missed, a stellar segment from either show earlier today. Then, of course, coming up, it's our buddy, our pal, Lars Larson at 7, Eric Erickson at 10. On the overnights, those nutty, crazy guys on Red Eye Radio. Then, of course, tomorrow morning, Melissa in the morning from 5 to 10, Lisa Wexler 10 to noon, John and Chris noon to 2 with the download. And again, God willing, my door card works and my parking space will still be there. Hey, that's why is there a tree now in my parking space? Well, Paul, can you come upstairs for a second? So, no, we'll be back tomorrow. At 2, Chris Williams, thank you so much for your efforts today, folks. Please be careful out there. The crazies are out there. It's crazy. It's getting crazier. News next, top of the hour. The latest from CBS News. We'll see you tomorrow.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Senate failed today to pass a Republican or a Democratic plan to address expiring health care subsidies.
The motion is not agreed to.
More than 24 million Americans have health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. Julie Rovner of KFF Health News.
The average cost is going to more than double. It's going to go up 114%. People who are either older or higher up the income scale who are now getting help may lose that help. And for some of those people, we're seeing premiums that will double, triple, even quadruple.
It is the latest financial worry for